years, Universitas Indonesia has been recognized as a world-leading and globally respected research university. Universitas Indonesia continues to pursue the highest achievements in terms of innovation, development, and novelty in science. Universitas Indonesia has 3 study clusters with 14 faculties, 2 postgraduate programs, and a vocational education program. During the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 to early 2022, Universitas Indonesia has established a health-promoting university program that enables student involvement in controlling and promoting health to their cohorts. Universitas Indonesia has succeeded in becoming the best campus in Indonesia and keeps pushing itself constantly to be in the high rankings of world universities. In addition, Universitas Indonesia has conducted research collaborations with many institutions, foreign partners, and universities. In 2021, more than 2,000 Universitas Indonesia students participated in student exchange programs abroad, as well as more than 1,000 inbound students studying at Universitas Indonesia. Not only students, but lecturers also go on inbound and outbound teaching visits. More than 800 lecturers teach at other campuses abroad.
Universitas Indonesia actively collaborates with many world-renowned universities and several education and research associations,
as well as collaborations with faculty networks.
To get higher chance for you to win the competitions, you must develop your own personal capabilities beyond your academic qualifications.
Being a UI graduate brings a lot of opportunities for me since I was shaped by great lecturers, friends, seniors, and organizational experiences, both academically and socially, which I'm really thankful for.
Green Metric, one of Universitas Indonesia's innovations that has been widely recognized internationally as the world's first university ranking based on a high commitment to manage the campus environment.
Universitas Indonesia needs to build constructive interactions between departments based on the principles of togetherness, transparency, accountability, responsibility, independence, and fairness. The essence of the university's social responsibility is how we address through teaching, research, and public affairs participation so that we can become a place of hope for future development. In addition, how does Universitas Indonesia makes a real contribution to the government through in-depth analysis related to strategic issues and national policies.
Innovation and entrepreneurship are important.
Sí.
For many years, Universitas Indonesia has been recognized as a world-leading and globally respected research university. Universitas Indonesia continues to pursue the highest achievements in terms of innovation, development, and novelty in science. Universitas Indonesia has 3 study clusters with 14 faculties, 2 postgraduate programs, and a vocational education program. During the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 to early 2022, Universitas Indonesia has established a health-promoting university program that enables student involvement in controlling and promoting health to their cohorts. Universitas Indonesia has succeeded in becoming the best campus in Indonesia and keeps pushing itself constantly to be in the high rankings of world universities. In addition, Universitas Indonesia has conducted research collaborations with many institutions, foreign partners, and universities. In 2021, more than 2,000 Universitas Indonesia students participated in student exchange programs abroad, as well as more than 1,000 inbound students studying at Universitas Indonesia. Not only students, but lecturers also go on inbound and outbound teaching visits. More than 800 lecturers teach at other campuses abroad.
Universitas Indonesia actively collaborates with many world-renowned universities and several education and research associations,
as well as collaborations with faculty networks.
To get higher chance for you to win the competitions, you must develop your own personal capabilities beyond your academic qualifications.
Being a UI graduate brings a lot of opportunities for me since I was shaped by great lecturers, friends, seniors, and organizational experiences, both academically and socially, which I'm really thankful for.
Green Metric, one of Universitas Indonesia's innovations that has been widely recognized internationally as the world's first university ranking based on a high commitment to manage the campus environment.
Universitas Indonesia needs to build constructive interactions between departments based on the principles of togetherness, transparency, accountability, responsibility, independence, and fairness. The essence of the university's social responsibility is how we address through teaching, research, and public affairs participation so that we can become a place of hope for future development. In addition, how does Universitas Indonesia makes a real contribution to the government through in-depth analysis related to strategic issues and national policies.
Innovation and entrepreneurship are important components of Universitas Indonesia's intellectual ecosystem.
In our engineering labs, we not only conduct research, we also innovate in areas including but not limited to medical instruments, scientifically advanced designs, and electric vehicles. The process begins when University of Indonesia academics identify a problem and come up with a solution. University of Indonesia academics who come from different fields of study seek solutions through various research materials, research and creative innovation, until we find a solution to make an impact on society. We have built a startup culture over the past few years that inspires academics to have a problem-solving approach.
And for more than a decade, we have been working hand in hand with government, state-owned enterprises, and private enterprises in empowering small medium-scale business sector and entrepreneurship development as a part of Sustainable Development Goal.
We learn, we do research,
We innovate.
And now we are transforming.
Universitas Indonesia, towards an entrepreneurial university.
Peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah modal utama kemajuan dan keunggulan bangsa. Kesehatan masyarakat, salah satu indikator ketangguhan dan kesejahteraan bangsa. Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat Universitas Indonesia atau FKM UI adalah yang tertua dan terdepan dalam pendidikan kesehatan masyarakat.
The Faculty of Public Health Universitas Indonesia is proud to be able to host this webinar.
Tridharma melalui riset pendidikan dan pengabdian masyarakat yang holistik, kolaboratif, dan berkelanjutan.
Alat postur sense untuk mendeteksi postur kerja ini merupakan kerjasama antara Postur AI Korea Selatan dan DISTP UI. Teknologi ini terus kami kembangkan agar dapat diproduksi massal supaya masyarakat dapat mengantisipasi sakit punggung dan leher karena penggunaan gawai dan laptop.
Maju bersama FKM UI yang luhur dan unggul. Integritas akademik berasaskan 9 nilai Universitas Indonesia. Sejak 1965, FKM UI terus bertransformasi membentuk insan kesehatan masyarakat Indonesia. Pendidikan berkelanjutan melalui program studi di semua strata. Sarjana, magister, dan doktor. Riset dan pengabdian masyarakat yang terus dikembangkan sesuai kebutuhan dan perkembangan zaman. Visi FKM UI adalah menjadi pusat rujukan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi kesehatan masyarakat di tingkat nasional dan internasional. FKM UI berkomitmen untuk menyediakan pendidikan inklusif untuk semua anak bangsa, mengembangkan partisipasi dan pemberdayaan masyarakat dalam menyelesaikan masalah kesehatan, memperkuat kemitraan dan advokasi dengan pemerintah dalam menyusun dan menerapkan kebijakan dan program kesehatan, serta meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi manajemen kegiatan akademik. Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat Universitas Indonesia memiliki 7 departemen dan 2 kelompok studi sebagai wadah pengembangan ilmu dan kepakaran. 4 program studi sarjana, Sarjana Kesehatan Masyarakat, Sarjana Gizi, Sarjana Kesehatan Lingkungan, dan Sarjana Keselamatan dan Kesehatan Kerja. 4 program studi magister, Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat, Magister Epidemiologi, Magister Kajian Administrasi Rumah Sakit, dan Magister Keselamatan dan Kesehatan Kerja. 2 program studi doktor, Doktor Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Doktor Epidemiologi. Seluruh program studi terakreditasi unggul secara nasional. 3 program studi terakreditasi internasional oleh The Accreditation Agency in Health and Social Sciences atau AHPGS. Dua belas klaster riset. Dua pusat keunggulan. Dan 10 jurnal ilmiah telah menyuguhkan hasil-hasil riset yang unggul dan berdampak nasional dan internasional, serta penguatan internasionalisasi program studi magister, akselerasi pendidikan internasional melalui pertukaran dan mobilisasi mahasiswa dan dosen seperti ISMA, UI Create, Public Health Study Tour, dan lain-lain.
Halo, saya Sarah dari Kesehatan Masyarakat 2021 Peminatan Epidemiologi. Saat ini, saya sedang melakukan pertukaran pelajar melalui program ISMA di the University of Manchester, Inggris.
Grateful for the opportunity to be part of the dynamic academic community and also to gain knowledge which I can take back to make a difference to my country. So, thank you, Universitas of Indonesia.
Bekerja sama dengan universitas global ternama. Membangun budaya mutu dan integritas birokrasi yang bersih dan melayani di lingkungan kampus. Fasilitas penunjang belajar mengajar yang lengkap, modern, dan ramah kelompok rentan, serta layanan konsultasi kesehatan yang mumpuni. Berpartisipasi aktif dalam pembangunan kesehatan global berkelanjutan. Bersama FKM UI, mewujudkan dunia yang sehat dan berkelanjutan.
In these eyes, I see the future. One that is shaped by the knowledge I gain, the discoveries I make, and the service I give. At Universitas Indonesia, my vision is guided by the Tridharma: to learn, to innovate, and to serve. I step through these gates not just as a student, but as a seeker of wisdom, of truth, of a place where my ideas can grow. In every lecture, every debate, I find more than just answers. I find questions that push me to think deeper, to learn more. Education here is not just about what I know, but about who I am becoming. In the quiet hum of the lab, I discovered the power of curiosity. Through research, I dive into the unknown, seeking solutions that can change the world. At Universitas Indonesia, my pursuit of knowledge is endless, and my discoveries boundless. Beyond the walls of the university, I reach out into the heart of communities, where my hands bring change and my heart connects. Here, service is not an obligation, but a calling. And through it, I learn the true meaning of impact. In this journey, I find that education, research, and service are not separate paths, but intertwined, each one strengthening the other. I rise through these pillars, becoming more than I ever thought possible. At Universitas Indonesia, I rise not just for myself, but for the world. My journey has just begun, and the impact I seek is already taking shape. Will you rise with me?
Terapeutik merupakan sebuah startup kesehatan yang berfokus pada tumbuh kembang anak dan remaja di Indonesia. Kami hadir untuk membawa perubahan positif melalui layanan terapi yang terjangkau, inovatif, dan berbasis nilai lokal. Kami percaya bahwa setiap anak memiliki potensi unik yang layak untuk didukung dan dikembangkan. Terapeutik berdedikasi untuk menyediakan layanan terapi yang berkualitas tinggi. Kami memiliki layanan terapi okupasi, terapi bicara, fisioterapi, hingga terapi perilaku yang semuanya di pendekatan berbasis bukti. Dukungan dari tim terapis profesional, kami memastikan setiap anak mendapatkan perhatian terbaik untuk perkembangan motorik, kognitif, sosial, dan emosionalnya. Komitmen kami tak berhenti di situ. Terapeutik melibatkan keluarga, sekolah, dan komunitas dalam setiap proses terapi. Karena kolaborasi adalah kunci untuk perkembangan anak yang optimal.
For many years, Universitas Indonesia has been recognized as a world-leading and globally respected research university. Universitas Indonesia continues to pursue the highest achievements in terms of innovation, development, and novelty in science. Universitas Indonesia has 3 study clusters with 14 faculties, 2 postgraduate programs, and a vocational education program. During the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 to early 2022, Universitas Indonesia has established a health-promoting university program that enables student involvement in controlling and promoting health to their cohorts. Universitas Indonesia has succeeded in becoming the best campus in Indonesia and keeps pushing itself constantly to be in the high rankings of world universities. In addition, Universitas Indonesia has conducted research collaborations with many institutions, foreign partners, and universities. In 2021, more than 2,000 Universitas Indonesia students participated in student exchange programs abroad, as well as more than 1,000 inbound students studying at Universitas Indonesia. Not only students, but lecturers also go on inbound and outbound teaching visits. More than 800 lecturers teach at other campuses abroad.
Universitas Indonesia actively collaborates with many world-renowned universities and several education and research associations,
as well as collaborations with faculty networks.
To get higher chance for you to win the competitions, you must develop your own personal capabilities beyond your academic qualifications.
Being a UI graduate brings a lot of opportunities for me since I was shaped by great lecturers, friends, seniors, and organizational experiences, both academically and socially, which I'm really thankful for.
Green Metric, one of Universitas Indonesia's innovations that has been widely recognized internationally as the world's first university ranking based on a high commitment to manage the campus environment.
Universitas Indonesia needs to build constructive interactions between departments based on the principles of togetherness, transparency, accountability, responsibility, independence, and fairness. The essence of the university's social responsibility is how we address through teaching, research, and public affairs participation so that we can become a place of hope for future development. In addition, how does Universitas Indonesia makes a real contribution to the government through in-depth analysis related to strategic issues and national policies?
Innovation and entrepreneurship are important components of Universitas Indonesia's intellectual ecosystem.
In our engineering labs, we not only conduct research, we also innovate in areas including but not limited to medical instruments, scientifically advanced designs, and electric vehicles. The process begins when University of Indonesia academics identify a problem and come up with a solution. University of Indonesia academics, who come from different fields of study, seek solutions through various research materials, research and creative innovation, until we find a solution to make an impact on society. We have built a startup culture over the past few years that inspires academics to have a problem-solving approach.
And for more than a decade, we have been working hand in hand with government, state-owned enterprises, and private enterprises in empowering small medium-scale business sector and entrepreneurship development as a part of sustainable development goal.
We learn, we do research,
we innovate,
and now we are transforming.
Universitas Indonesia, towards an entrepreneurial university.
Peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah modal utama kemajuan dan keunggulan bangsa. Kesehatan masyarakat, salah satu indikator ketangguhan dan kesejahteraan bangsa. Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat Universitas Indonesia atau FKM UI adalah yang tertua dan terdepan dalam pendidikan kesehatan masyarakat.
The Faculty of Public Health Universitas Indonesia is proud to be able to host this webinar.
Tridharma melalui riset pendidikan dan pengabdian masyarakat yang holistik, kolaboratif, dan berkelanjutan.
Alat postur sense untuk mendeteksi postur kerja ini merupakan kerjasama antara Postur AI Korea Selatan dan DISTP UI. Teknologi ini terus kami kembangkan agar dapat diproduksi massal supaya masyarakat dapat mengantisipasi sakit punggung dan leher karena penggunaan gawai dan laptop.
Maju bersama FKM UI yang luhur dan unggul. Integritas akademik berasaskan 9 nilai Universitas Indonesia.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Welcome to the International Seminar of the Doctoral Program, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia. My name is Najmi.
And my name is Kansa. It is our distinct honor to be your Masters of Ceremony for today's special event.
As we prepare to begin today's program, we kindly invite you to view a brief safety induction, followed by an introductory video from the Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia. Please direct your attention to the screen.
Welcome to Universitas Indonesia. In accordance with the Occupational Health and Safety Regulations of Universitas Indonesia, we would like to deliver the safety induction. We are currently in the Science Techno Park building, Universitas Indonesia, mezzanine floor. It is important for us to know the evacuation procedures in case of emergencies. The main entrance for this part of the building is on the side of the building through the elevator or through the stairs. There is an emergency exit door for the fire escape inside of the elevator. There are two emergency situations that may occur: fire and earthquake. In case of fire, stay calm and do not panic. Please exit through the emergency exit and evacuate to the assembly point located at the rear of the building in the parking area. Do not use the elevator during an emergency. The fire extinguisher could be found in the hallway, prepared in case of a fire emergency. Furthermore, each floor is also equipped with the fire hydrant and fire sprinklers. In case of an earthquake, stay calm and do not panic. Please do drop, cover, and hold on. Drop your body, cover your head and neck with one arm, and crawl underneath a nearby table or chair, and hold on until the condition is safe. After the earthquake ceased, evacuate yourself through emergency stairs by follow our officer to assembly point. For other information, please be careful when your steps on the stairs and always use handrails. Based on rector decrees, Universitas Indonesia is non-smoking area. All civitas is prohibited from smoking. Please protect clean university's environment and place the rubbish in the rubbish bin. Today, there will be no emergency simulation. If the alarm sounds, it is a real event. Thank you, stay safe, and have a good day.
Selamat bergabung bagi para peserta webinar pada kesempatan hari ini. Seluruh peserta diperkenankan bergabung dari rumah atau tempat kerja masing-masing. Demi kesehatan dan keselamatan bekerja, selama kegiatan webinar ini berlangsung, kami sampaikan beberapa hal yang perlu diperhatikan dan dilakukan. Pertama, sebelum memulai kegiatan webinar, seluruh peserta perlu memastikan tempat dan lingkungan kerja yang nyaman dan aman, termasuk pada sambungan, kabel, dan aliran listrik. Kedua, pastikan jaringan internet stabil. Ketiga, saat mengikuti kegiatan webinar, perhatikan posisi duduk ergonomis. Dengan posisi duduk, tegap, tidak membungkuk, posisi leher, tidak menunduk, sandaran kursi menopang lekuk tulang belakang. Jika diperlukan, gunakan penunjang kaki, serta sesuaikan jarak pandang mata ke monitor. Keempat, untuk menghindari kelelahan mata, lakukan aturan 20-20-20. Setiap 20 menit memandang layar monitor, alihkan pandangan selama 20 detik untuk melihat objek sejauh 6 meter atau 20 kaki. Kelima, lakukan peregangan untuk merelaksasikan tubuh setelah duduk lama di depan monitor. Tetap perhatikan potensi darurat yang akan terjadi, yaitu kebakaran dan gempa bumi. Jika terjadi kebakaran, tetap tenang, jangan panik. Segera menuju pintu keluar atau tangga darurat yang terdekat dengan berjalan biasa, dengan cepat namun tidak berlari. Lepaskan sepatu hak tinggi karena menyulitkan langkah kaki. Bila pandangan tertutup asap, berjalanlah dengan merayap pada tembok atau pegangan pada tangga. Atur pernafasan pendek-pendek. Segera menuju titik kumpul yang ada di tempat Anda dan hubungi pemadam kebakaran pada hotline 113. Atau, jika kebakaran dapat dikendalikan dan di lokasi Anda terdapat APAR, Gunakan upper dengan langkah pas, pull, aim, squeeze, sweep. Tarik pin pengaman, arahkan nozzle pada sumber api, tekan tuas, sapu setiap sisi yang terbakar. Jika terjadi gempa bumi, tetap tenang, jangan panik. Gunakan tangan dan lengan Anda untuk melindungi kepala dan leher. Jika berada dalam ruangan, Anda bisa bersembunyi di bawah furnitur yang kuat, seperti bawah meja atau tempat tidur. Tetap bertahan hingga gempa reda. Selamat mengikuti acara webinar pada hari ini. Tetap utamakan kesehatan dan keselamatan kerja.
Peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah modal utama kemajuan dan keunggulan bangsa. Kesehatan masyarakat, salah satu indikator ketangguhan dan kesejahteraan bangsa. Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat Universitas Indonesia atau FKM UI adalah yang tertua dan terdepan dalam pendidikan kesehatan masyarakat.
The Faculty of Public Health Universitas Indonesia is proud to be able to host this webinar.
Tridharma melalui riset pendidikan dan pengabdian masyarakat yang holistik, kolaboratif, dan berkelanjutan.
Alat postur sense untuk mendeteksi postur kerja ini merupakan kerjasama antara Postur AI Korea Selatan dan DISTP UI. Teknologi ini terus kami kembangkan agar dapat diproduksi massal supaya masyarakat dapat mengantisipasi sakit punggung dan leher karena penggunaan gawai dan laptop.
Maju bersama FKM UI yang luhur dan unggul. Integritas akademik berasaskan 9 nilai Universitas Indonesia. Sejak 1965, FKM UI terus bertransformasi membentuk insan kesehatan masyarakat Indonesia. Pendidikan berkelanjutan melalui program studi di semua strata. Sarjana, magister, dan doktor. Riset dan pengabdian masyarakat yang terus dikembangkan sesuai kebutuhan dan perkembangan zaman. Visi FKM UI adalah menjadi pusat rujukan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi kesehatan masyarakat di tingkat nasional dan internasional. FKM UI berkomitmen untuk menyediakan pendidikan inklusif untuk semua anak bangsa, mengembangkan partisipasi dan pemberdayaan masyarakat dalam menyelesaikan masalah kesehatan, memperkuat kemitraan dan advokasi dengan pemerintah dalam menyusun dan menerapkan kebijakan dan program kesehatan, serta meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi manajemen kegiatan akademik. Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat Universitas Indonesia memiliki 7 departemen dan 2 kelompok studi sebagai wadah pengembangan ilmu dan kepakaran. 4 program studi sarjana, Sarjana Kesehatan Masyarakat, Sarjana Gizi, Sarjana Kesehatan Lingkungan, dan Sarjana Keselamatan dan Kesehatan Kerja. 4 program studi magister, Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat, Magister Epidemiologi, Magister Kajian Administrasi Rumah Sakit, dan Magister Keselamatan dan Kesehatan Kerja. 2 program studi doktor, Doktor Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Doktor Epidemiologi. Seluruh program studi terakreditasi unggul secara nasional. 3 program studi terakreditasi internasional oleh The Accreditation Agency in Health and Social Sciences atau AHPGS. 12 klaster riset, 2 pusat keunggulan. Dan 10 jurnal ilmiah telah menyuguhkan hasil-hasil riset yang unggul dan berdampak nasional dan internasional, serta penguatan internasionalisasi program studi magister, akselerasi pendidikan internasional melalui pertukaran dan mobilisasi mahasiswa dan dosen seperti ISMA, UI Create, Public Health Study Tour, dan lain-lain.
Halo, saya Sarah dari Kesehatan Masyarakat 2021 Peminatan Epidemiologi. Saat ini, saya sedang melakukan pertukaran pelajar melalui program ISMA di the University of Manchester, Inggris.
Grateful for the opportunity to be part of the dynamic academic community and also to gain knowledge which I can take back to make a difference to my country. So, thank you, Universitas of Indonesia.
Bekerja sama dengan universitas global ternama. Membangun budaya mutu dan integritas birokrasi yang bersih dan melayani di lingkungan kampus. Fasilitas penunjang belajar mengajar yang lengkap, modern, dan ramah kelompok rentan, serta layanan konsultasi kesehatan yang mumpuni. Berpartisipasi aktif dalam pembangunan kesehatan global berkelanjutan. Bersama FKM UI, mewujudkan dunia yang sehat dan berkelanjutan.
We will now proceed with the singing of Indonesia Raya. We respectfully invite everyone to stand. Followed by the Mars FKM UI.
Kebenaran dan keadilan, kejujuran dalam pengabdian, pusaka dan malam membina putra-putri bangsa.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Before we move on, I would like to invite all of us to observe a moment of deep solemnity as an expression of profound sorrow and solidarity for our brothers in Sumatra, Indonesia. Thank you. To begin our formal agenda, it is our pleasure to invite the chairman of the committee, Mr. Imam Santoso, Magister of Maritime, Magister of Management, to the stage to deliver his report.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished Vice Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Dante Saxono Harbuono, SPPD, KMD, PhD, and distinguished Vice Minister of Health of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, Dr. Flavio Brandao M. de Arauzo, PGDA, MEd. Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Public Health of Universitas Indonesia, Professor Dr. Mondarsi Korip Sudaryo, MS, DSc, today as representing the Rector of Universitas Indonesia. Esteemed keynote speakers, academics, researchers, and our doctoral students, distinguished participants, offline and online, and guests. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Selamat pagi, good morning, bong dia, dari dia. Thank you. And on behalf of the organizing committee, it is our honor to welcome you to the 2025 International Public Health Seminar, held in a hybrid format to bridge knowledge, collaboration, and innovation across countries. This seminar stands as more than a forum for scientific exchange. It embodies our shared dedication to collaboration, resilience, and transformation in addressing the pressing public health challenges of our times. I extend my deepest gratitude to the keynote speakers and the partners, faculty members, and especially, please give me a round of applause to the organizing team who worked hard to organize this event. Thank you. May today's discussion inspire new insights, strengthen partnerships among us, and move us closer toward a healthier, safer, of course, and more equitable future for all. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak. Obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Imam Santoso.
We will now invite the Dean of the Faculty of Public Health Universitas Indonesia to deliver his welcoming remarks and directions. Please join us in welcoming Professor Dr. Mondasri Korip Sudaryo, Magister of Science, Doctor of Science.
Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, testing bahasa Indonesia untuk Pak Flavio. Terima kasih Bapak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. It's really a great honor for us to having this international seminar and being visited by our honorable guest, the Honorable Vice Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Dante Saxono Harbono, spesialisnya ke dalam konsultan, PhD, the Honorable Vice Minister of Health of Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, Dr. Flavio Brandao de Araujo, the Honorable Rector of University of Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Heri Hermansyah, Honorable Ms. Claudia Pereira Suarez, Sekretaris Pertama, First Secretary of Embassy of Timor-Leste, Jakarta, Indonesia, our distinguished keynote speakers and panelists, and all beloved colleagues from academia, practitioners, alumni, students that joining our seminar, both online and offline. On behalf of Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia, it is both an honor and pleasure to welcome you to this international seminar on current issues in public health, Series 7, with the theme Next Gen Health, Tech, Safety, Mental Health, and Community for a Resilient Future. This event is held at a crucial moment as Indonesia calls for stronger synergy between science, policy, community empowerment. The seminar's theme captures the essence of today's transformation, the acceleration of digital health, the urgency of mental health resilience, the commitment to the occupational safety, and the empowerment of communities as the backbone of sustainable and inclusive health system. As the oldest and leading institution, the Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia, continues to play its role as prime mover and catalyst for evidence-based innovation. Health transformation today is not limited to strengthening curative services. It also means integrating technology, data, safety culture, and the strength of our communities to build an adaptive and resilient health system. We deeply appreciate the participation of international and national speakers from Indonesia, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, and the United States, whose insight enrich our shared understanding of global public health challenges. We are also proud that two of our distinguished alumni are presenting their innovation, one in occupational safety leadership, another is AI-based early detection of diabetes. Showing that FKMUI's commitment to nurturing leaders and innovators in health system transformation. Our sincere appreciation goes to doctoral student of the Public Health Service Program, Class 2025, for initiating and organizing this meaningful and important seminar. I hope that today's discussion will inspire actionable recommendation from digital health integration and artificial intelligence to the strengthening of mental health services, workplace safety, and community-driven innovation. May the partnership formed here grow into meaningful research collaboration and policy initiative that strengthen the resilience of health system across Indonesia and our region. Finally, I extend heartfelt gratitude to our partners, sponsors, and committee members, and all dear participants for their commitment, and contribution to this event. May this seminar bring valuable and impactful insight, reinforce international collaboration, and pave the way for healthier and more resilient future for all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Professor Mundasri Korip Sudaryo, for your insightful remarks. We will now begin the keynote session. We are deeply honored to have with us the Vice Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Dante Saxono Harbuwono, SPPD, KEMD, PhD, to deliver his first keynote speech with the topic of National Health Transformation for the Digital Era, Integrating Mental Health and Community Empowerment in Public Health.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Honorable the Vice Minister of Health, Republic Democratic Timor-Leste, my best friends, Dr. Fabio, the Dean of Faculty of Public Health, University of Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to I'm grateful to deliver my presentation as a keynote about the national health transformation in digital era, integrating the mental health community, empowering in public health. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start this presentation with this cue. Maya Angelou said that my vision in life is not merely to survive, but to thrive. This is very important, a clue as a quote that's as a background to put the mental health in very much. What I needed to thrive, that is, what is needed to thrive is health. Health is completed physical, mental, and social. We don't separate these three of things to make health conditions. But today, I would like to emphasize within a mental condition and mental health in our situation of Indonesia and sharing with Timor-Leste government. The mental health has become concern due to increasing burden of mental disorder. You can see here, mental disorder occupying the second highest position year life in disability in the left side. And the right side you can see disability adjusted life year of Delhi. The mental health increased from the ranking of 13 to become the ranking of 8. So mental health is very important in our community if we want to approach the health condition in holistic matters. So ladies and gentlemen, yes, the mental health problem in Indonesia is because this parameter as a background. 2% of our people in years of 15 years old have mental condition problem. 2% is very high. And 1.4% of people aged 15 years are depressive condition. It's amazing. And 4 out of 100 households have member of the psychosis problem. This is very serious mental condition health that we are very concerned to make the ability this condition will be better in the futures. And ladies and gentlemen, our slide. This is before this one. Yes, can the current health challenge can be addressed with old-fashioned approach? We just only treat the patient with a mental condition as a treatment of the matters. It's already the old-fashioned of the approach to mental conditions. If we want to have the mental condition as good as we have in the future, we need comprehensive transformation approach. And we already have the MOS committed implementing health transformation. We have six pillars. The first pillar is primary care transformation. The second pillar is second care transformation is in the hospital. And the third pillar is a health system resiliency transformation. And the fourth pillar is a health financing transformation. And the five pillar is a transformation. And the last pillar is health technology transformation. I would like to emphasize that if you want to make in the broad spectrum of a health condition, what should we do in our transformation first? Slide, please. And I would like to the translating the health transformation idea into a health action requires first is from the primary health care. And the second, the key is from the resiliency in community. And the last part is should be adoption of appropriate technology. I would like to emphasize these three important things: primary healthcare strengthening, resiliency community, and appropriate technology. Next slide. And this is the primary care transformation intervention in very life cycle can prevent future mental disorder with a focus of health and the risk population. You can see here the positive parenting and physiology first aid is very important. If we have the graphic of blue on our community and we evaluate it in every cycle of life, we will have the mental condition as good as we want in our community. So not only in a mental community should be start from the family, and it will start not from the of the children deliver from the mothers, but it should be start from the preconception era. We try to make healthy parents. We try to make their pairs of new wedding people have the mental condition to prepare the family health mental condition. Next slide. And primary care-led mental health promotion in positive parenting and physical health. Actually, we have six key messages. The first is managing stress, monitoring emotion, division of parental roles, effective communication, good kind, and also positive discipline as the pillars of the message could be delivered by some digital era. And also in the treatment, we have a three principle. First is loop, second is a listen, and the third is a link. Slide. Improving the capacity of primary care, we already have in November 47.49% the primary health in our region have already have as classified as mampu jiwa. This condition to capable handling mental health problems. We trained health force and we also prepare the pharmaceutical supply in our primary health care. Not only in primary health care, next slide. We also have a screening in whole population in Indonesia. In one of the screening is also involving the mental condition of screening, because health is not only the physical condition but also the mental matters. We have questionnaire, specific questionnaire in every group in uh, screening, whole screening in Indonesian people. We classify the questionnaire from the whole population, from in a student in the school, and a specialized condition like a pregnant woman. After that, we scoring the questionnaire and follow up the screening and administration treatment for the specific condition that we have. Next slide. And then we start to move in the community. Actually, we have a cadres. We have 300,000 cadres, posyandu in all of Indonesia. And we already have more than 1.4 million cadre in Indonesia. That cadre will be strengthening by evaluation in daily health services and community empowerment of health. Slide. To build resiliency of cadre, we invest to community health talent strengthening, because the cadre is very important in 80,000 villages in Indonesia, and they already enhancing by 25 basic health skill. Some of them is mental condition skill to manage and to have education in the community. Next slide. After we move from the primary healthcare and community healthcare, how about the digital? The situation analysis the internet uses in Indonesia. Of course, we have more than 79.8 million people, children in Indonesia. Some of them is already start using the internet since they are in 7 years old. And you can see here, they don't have a mobile phone, they already start to use mobile. So if you want to strengthening and to mass capacity of campaigns in mental health, we should deliver from the some of innovative deliverings like this digital. And we already success to have healing 911.id. This is services to help the people want to share and to curhat if they have mental problems and they have a problem. And it's just only 3 months previously, but the people who already consultation in this healing 911 is already more than 10,000. It's reflecting that the mental problem is very important in our community. By this one, actually, we try to preventing the suicide of Indonesia. We already make this one, and we evaluated within this 3 months, the suicide in Indonesia already decreased gradually. This is a working today generation help deliver health educations like IOC. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, we have IOC Hat in Facebook, we have X, we have TikTok, we have Instagram, and we have YouTube channel to deliver our important message like mental health in our community. So next slide, this is the important thing that how can the community and academic contributed like in a public health faculty in University of Indonesia. First, I hope we can strengthening community-based mental health project through the cross-sector collaboration. And the second, we should enhance the research to innovative advanced mental health services and scale up digital mental health response services to accommodate population need. And the last one, build a competent and sustainable mental health workforce nationwide. This is not only the Minister of Health as exclusive responsibility, but the responsibility should be inclusive all of the sectors that are responsible in the health field. And then this is my last slide, and I would like to say to you, health is not everything, but without health, everything is nothing. This is from Arthur Schopenhauer. Thank you very much for your attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A profound presentation. Thank you, Professor Dante Saxono Harbuono.
Before we move on, we kindly invite Professor Dr. Mundazir Korib Sudaryo to step forward to give the plaque to Professor Dr. Dante. We have just witnessed the receiving of gifts from Dr. Flavio Brandao to Dr. Dante Saxono Harbuono.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the presentation of the plaques and a book of isu-isu kesehatan masyarakat as tokens of our appreciation. Each recipient will be invited forward one by one.
First one, we invite Dr. Flavio Brandao to come forward to receive his plaque.
Oke. Terlalu pendek ya. Dapat saya. Dapat. Oke. Anyway, everyone, good morning. Selamat pagi. Bisa dengar dengan baik? Karena saya dengar tadi ada audiens yang online ya. Pertama-tama senang sekali bisa datang kembali ke Jakarta. Over 25 years, I have a chance to come back in Jakarta, especially visiting the prestigious university in Indonesia, Universitas Indonesia. In the past, I have a dream to be study in UE, but unfortunately, I have no chance to enter this university. I have a chance to enter Hasanuddin University. But it's my pleasure to be here, share with you all, especially meeting with your Vice Minister of Health, Professor Dante, Dean of Faculty Health public health faculty, and our distinguished guests, our foreign speaker who online with us this morning. My pleasure to share with you an overview the topics that organizing committee asking me to prepare. Pertama-tama saya terima topik tentang Timor Leste pathway to health transformation, digital innovation, mental health and community empowerment. Yang pertama datang ke pikiran saya adalah kenapa bisa mereka memilih topik ini? Sedikit kaget. Karena by background, by profession, I'm anesthetist, I'm a doctor bius, spesialis bius ya. Tiba-tiba bicara mental health and transformation. Tapi seperti tadi Prof. Dante sudah menginisiasi, saya pun mau bilang seorang filosof namanya Carl Jung, filosof dari mana ya Carl Jung itu, Swiss. Dia bilang begini, apa yang datang pada Anda, apa yang Anda ketemu, itu adalah cerminan dirimu. Jadi mau dibilang tidak ada yang kebetulan. Dalam kehidupan ini, apa yang datang pada diri kita dan apa yang kita temukan itu adalah cerminan diri kita. Kalau berbasis pada filosof ini, Carl Jung itu filosof psikoanalisis modern. Kalau psikoanalisis klasik itu Alfred Freud. Kalau teman-teman yang public health pasti tahu Alfred Freud. Habis Alfred Freud, Carl Jung, itu psikoanalisis modern. Jadi seketika saya terima topik ini, saya bilang apa yang membawa kita membicarakan health transformation hari ini. Sedangkan dari zaman Hippocrates, evolusi kesehatan itu sering terjadi dan selalu terjadi dalam kehidupan kita. Transformasi kesehatan itu mulai dari yang sangat klasik sampai yang hari ini. Hari ini transformasi kesehatan itu lebih ke arah mental, bukan fisikal. Tadi Dr. Dante dalam slide-nya menyatakan bahwa definisi kesehatan bukan hanya fisik, tapi mental, sosial, dan spiritual. Itu hari ini bahwa evolusi kesehatan itu membawa kita bertahun-tahun, berabad-abad dari zaman Hippocrates sampai hari ini, kita menginvestasi pemikiran kita di ranah fisik. Transformasi hari ini adalah transformasi dan tantangan kesehatan mental, bukan lagi tantangan kesehatan fisik. Di era digital, evolusi digital, kita semua sadar bahwa introduction digital innovation in health services and health sector tidak hanya sebatas untuk memperkaya health service itu sendiri, tapi ada pun dampak kolateral yang lain bahwa inovasi digital itu pun membawa isu dalam mental health itu sendiri. Karena inovasi digital hari ini menjadi perdebatan di mana-mana, even di ranah akademik, dan ketakutan manusia itu sendiri bahwa pekerjaannya akan diambil alih oleh teknologi. Tapi di satu sisi, kita pun tidak lepas dari teknologi itu sendiri untuk membantu pekerjaan kesehatan untuk pelayanan kesehatan. Jadi inovasi digital di era digital untuk transformasi di sektor kesehatan bukan hanya sebatas untuk memperkuat atau memperlancar servis kesehatan itu, tetapi diam-diam kita pun harus mengantisipasi atau sebagai wake up call untuk kita tentang masalah kesehatan mental. Banyak orang sudah melepaskan dirinya, bilang kesehatan saya biar teknologi yang urus. Dia tidak pergi dokter, dia tidak pergi tenaga kesehatan. Dia bilang ini teknologi sudah bisa mendiagnosa saya, dan teknologi sudah bisa memberi solusi untuk kesehatan hari ini. Jadi dalam presentasi saya dalam 15 menit ke depan, ada 3 topik yang akan saya sentuh. Pertama, digital inovasi itu sendiri. Kedua, bagaimana mental health isu di era evolusi teknologi. Dan yang ketiga, bagaimana community empowerment. Slide-nya di-share di mana ya? Oke. Bukan membuat komparasi antara Indonesia dengan Timor Leste, tetapi sebuah negara yang dimana dalam tumbuh kembangnya dalam 20 tahun terakhir, 10 tahun pertama ketika kita lepas dari Indonesia, kita berusaha keras untuk membangun infrastruktur dan suprastruktur yang sempat kolaps waktu itu dalam 10 tahun pertama. Di 10 tahun kemudian kita mencoba membangun sumber daya manusianya. Dan hari ini dengan bangga 25 tahun terakhir kita lepas dari negara yang kita cintai ini, saya bangga kalau ternyata ada 12 pemuda, orang-orang terbaik kami datang ke universitas ini untuk bisa menimba ilmu, akan memperkaya wacana pembangunan kesehatan di Timor Leste. Seperti tadi saya bilang, bukan untuk dikomparasikan, tetapi mental health issue di Indonesia sedikit beda dengan mental health issue di Timor Leste. Dan saya kira itu sangat bermanfaat untuk para kandidat dokter untuk mengeksplorasi lebih mendalam. Timor Leste punya konflik legacy yang begitu kuat dan tertanam di masyarakat Timor Leste. Pertama, trauma yang dihadapi generasi per generasi. Di generasi tahun 1975 kita kategori sebagai generasi tua, di generasi 80-an, di mana pada saat invasi militer, dan generasi post-konflik. Dari 3 generasi itu, meninggalkan trauma yang sangat kompleks di masyarakat Timor Leste, yang kita kategorize sebagai inner child trauma. Generasi-generasi yang ada hari ini dengan mental health-nya ada 80% influence dari inner child trauma yang dihadapi dari 3 musim atau 3 generasi yang telah kami lewati. Jadi mental health yang dihadapi di Timor Leste, isu mental health yang dihadapi sedikit kompleks berbeda dengan mental health yang dihadapi di Indonesia. Di Indonesia mungkin self-isolation karena ada HP-nya, dia sendiri-sendiri main. Mungkin ada WhatsApp grupnya, dia sendiri bikin grup, dia tidak lose kontak sosial dengan yang lain dan memunculkan isu mental health untuk konteks Indonesia. Tapi konteks Timor Leste, kita masih deal dari isu bagaimana seorang anak di dalam kandungannya di saat ibunya menghadapi kondisi trauma perang. Saat ibunya atau bapaknya melihat kejadian-kejadian trauma. Dan hari ini anak yang mendapat trauma di saat masih janin, sekarang tumbuh besar dengan kontur, pola, frekuensi yang agak sedikit beda. Dan memberi warna untuk isu mental health itu sendiri. Jadi disitulah perbedaan sedikit antara isu mental health di Indonesia dan Timor Leste. Dan harus diakui bahwa awal kemerdekaan kita sempat terlupakan isu mental health itu untuk diprioritaskan sebagai negara yang post-konflik. Yang sesuai dengan by evidence, negara atau daerah mana yang konflik, kehadiran pelayanan kesehatan mental itu harus diprioritaskan, tapi kita karena semua limitasi yang ada dalam 20 tahun terakhir, kita lupa isu mental health itu sendiri. Atau bukan lupa aja, sedikit investment di sana. Jadi seminar hari ini adalah wake up call untuk Timor Leste bahwa 80% investment kita untuk health selamanya di ranah fisik, kita harus melihat bagaimana porsi untuk isu mental health ke depan. Tunggu dulu. Ya, seperti tadi saya bilang bahwa sistem kesehatan di Timor Leste kurang lebih sama dengan apa yang ada di Indonesia, bahwa ada primary care, secondary care, tertiary care, dan rehabilitative care. Untuk isu mental health, post-konflik 10 tahun, 20 tahun terakhir, running by NGO, yang kita sebut Pradet, yang lebih banyak untuk konseling pada isu-isu mental health, lebih-lebih trauma and violence. Di tahun-tahun terakhir ini, kita government introduce dalam sistem kesehatan kita politik palliative and supportive care, di mana supportive care itu adalah bagian utama untuk mengambil alih Pradet sebagai NGO yang selama ini notabene memberi servis pelayanan kesehatan mental, diambil alih oleh pemerintah untuk supportive care karena isu-isu mental health menjadi isu-isu yang sangat mulai muncul ke permukaan, walaupun number yang dijelaskan bukan sebesar seperti yang ada di Indonesia, tapi untuk populasi 1.5 million population, number of evidence of violence, mental health issue is quite significant due to post-conflict trauma. Oh, tunggu dulu. Tidak seperti Indonesia, digital innovation untuk health system seperti tadi Vice Minister jelaskan. Tapi dalam tahun terakhir ini kita mulai menginvestasi infrastruktur di telehealth. Fiber optik. Fiber optik adalah main modalitas utama untuk introduce teknologi di dalam health system. Walaupun lambat, kita karena bagian dari ASEAN, cepat atau lambat kita akan menyesuaikan diri dengan negara-negara tetangga, termasuk Indonesia, Australia, Malaysia, dan Singapura, dalam inovasi-inovasi teknologi yang ada. Seperti telehealth, telemedicine. Tunggu dulu. Sorry. Sorry ya. Ini agak. Pointernya di arah ke sana atau ke sini ya? Oh, arah ke sana. Oke. Seperti tadi saya bilang, digital innovation in health system di Timor Leste sedikit lama karena baru tahun ini dan tahun depan kita baru membangun infrastruktur fiber optik dari Australia dan Indonesia, dan kita percaya bahwa Timor Leste tidak akan resist untuk inovasi teknologi di sistem kesehatannya dan sistem pelayanan kesehatannya. Tetapi harus diingat bahwa kesehatan itu sendiri tidak tergantung pada teknologi itu sendiri. Tapi bagaimana kesehatan mental manusianya itu sendiri, itu yang penting. Makanya ada slogan dibilang mensana corpore insano. Di dalam jiwa yang sehat itu terdapat fisik yang sehat. Itu yang terjadi di Timor Leste. Tanpa teknologi dalam 20 tahun terakhir, apa yang kita lakukan adalah, pertama, kita ada program namanya Siska di Indonesia yang dibilang Posyandu. Itu untuk cover primary health care. Yang kedua, kita ada namanya Saudi Na Familia. Itu adalah bagian dari integral dokter di komunitas. Makanya kita sebut Saudi Na Familia. Kalau di Indonesia dibilang dokter keluarga. Saudi Na Familia itu identik dengan Indonesia itu dokter keluarga. Walaupun teknologi belum kita introduce, tapi dokter keluarga sangat efektif. Peran dokter keluarga itu apa yang dilakukan di masyarakat? Pertama, dia membantu community diagnostic. Community diagnostic itu adalah bekerja sama dengan lingkungan dan otoritas untuk mengidentifikasi isu-isu kesehatan di satu lokasi dan memberi diagnostik dan desain the treatment. Kedua, Saudi Na Familia itu sendiri, peran yang kedua adalah mendigitalisasi setiap keluarga, berapa anaknya, berapa kebutuhannya, berapa sumber pendapatan, berapa yang sekolah, berapa yang kurang gizi. Jadi mendigitalisasikan atau menginventarisasikan setiap keluarga profil ekonomi, profil pendidikan, profil kesejahteraannya. Dan ini tidak terjadi di Indonesia, dan tidak terjadi di Malaysia, dan tidak terjadi di Singapura. Saudi Na Familia ini adalah new model yang kita desain dan karena efektif untuk 1.3 million population, karena populasi kita kecil. Jadi kita ada data untuk setiap keluarga. Bagaimana profilnya. Jadi dengan kehadiran palliative supportive care dan peran Saudi Na Familia dan Siska, itu akan memberi jawaban untuk masalah kesehatan mental ke depannya. Dengan inovasi teknologi yang ada, telehealth, telemedicine, kalau kelak kita beradaptasi teknologi seperti negara-negara lain, saya percaya bahwa akan memberi impact untuk kemajuan kesehatan, outcome kesehatan akan lebih cepat terjadi di 5 atau 10 tahun mendatang. Karena dengan yang ada aja, kami sudah mendrop angka kematian ibu dan anak dari 500 lebih per 100.000 populasi, turun ke sekarang 100 lebih. 120 per 100.000 populasi. Kematian ibu dan anak. Dari 20 tahun sebelum, dari angka 500 lebih per 100.000 populasi, dan tahun-tahun terakhir kita sudah drop dari 500 itu ke 120 per 100.000 populasi. Itu karena pekerjaan atau service tanpa digital innovation. Hanya dengan Saudi Na Familia dan Siska. Siska itu ya kayak Posyandu yang kita adapt dari Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, sebagai akhir, saya hanya mau bilang bahwa digital innovation adalah sesuatu yang sangat berguna, intervensi di dunia kesehatan, tetapi kita harus melihat teknologi adalah bukan counterpart aja, tapi untuk melengkapi pekerjaan kita sebagai dokter, sebagai perawat, sebagai tenaga medis. Tapi bukan teknologi itu, inovasi yang terjadi hari ini adalah hanya bukti bahwa manusia itu cerdas menciptakan teknologi yang bekerja sebagai teknologi sebagai manusia, tapi tidak mereplace, tidak menggantikan fungsi kita sebagai dokter, sebagai perawat, sebagai tenaga medis, sebagai tenaga kesehatan. Jadi kita harus wise mengadaptasikan diri kita dengan teknologi itu sendiri. Dan yang kedua, strong mental health service itu adalah sangat penting di dunia era teknologi itu sendiri karena dengan kehadiran inovasi teknologi yang begitu besar hari-hari ini membawa kita kembali bahwa ternyata bukan masalah teknologinya, masalah mental health. Health itu bukan karena fisiknya, mentalnya yang harus kita mempersiapkan lebih baik karena ternyata penyakit hari ini bukan karena fisik hari-hari ini. Tren penyakit sudah berubah dari infeksi ke non-infeksi, dari penyakit fisik ke mental health. Jadi itulah transformasi dan itulah menuntut kita memberi respon yang semakin bagus ke depannya. Jadi meaningful community environment di Timor Leste dengan dua program Saudi Na Familia dan Siska itu adalah sebuah model yang tidak memberi tidak menyepelekan inovasi teknologi, tapi mengefektifkan teknologi di dalam pekerjaan kita untuk lebih memberi jawaban yang tepat terhadap isu-isu mental. Karena intinya begini, masalah mental harus dihadapi dengan manusia, bukan teknologi. Teknologi tidak ada perasaan untuk memberi jawaban terhadap isu-isu mental. Jadi strengthening community itu sangat penting sekali. Saya percaya bahwa mungkin untuk post-conflict care, model Timor Leste bisa menjadi referensi untuk daerah post-konflik. Terima kasih banyak untuk kesempatan ini.
Thank you so much, Dr. Flavio Brandao M. de Araujo, for your valuable insights.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the presentation of the plaques and a book of Isu-isu terkini kesehatan masyarakat as tokens of our appreciation. Each recipient will be invited forward one by one.
First, we invite Professor Dr. Mondastri Korip Sudaryo and Dr. Flavio Brandao to come forward to receive the plaques.
Dulu mau kuliah di sini nggak jadi dapat rumahnya. Penghormatan. Yes. Oke.
You may now be seated.
And finally, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Mondastri Korip Sudaryo to come forward to receive his plaque and book given by Mr. Imam Santoso.
Also made by Timor Leste student. Isu-isu terkini kesehatan masyarakat. Later on, we will start to do it. For the moment, we are visit to our building because this is still a model one. In progress in our university.
Thank you.
In progress, so this is our progress.
Thank you, distinguished guests, for your contribution and presence today. Next, we would like to kindly invite all our distinguished speakers from the opening and keynote sessions to kindly join us for a group photo.
Karena yang jelas nggak terlihat, mungkin bisa geser. Boleh maju. Ya. Maju lagi. Oke. 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Boleh tangannya seperti ini. Ini. 1, 2. UI, lagi UI. 1, 2, 3. I kindly request our VIP roundtable participants to stay in place as we will take another photo of Timor-Leste students in the front of the stage. Dalam kamera aja. Kita kenapa? Iya. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Handphone. Dari UI. Satu, dua, tiga. Saya menunggu We will now begin panel session 1. And to guide this discussion, we are pleased to welcome our moderator for the session, Mrs. Wardina Humaira, Master of Science, Doctoral Student of Public Health. The floor is now yours.
Thank you, MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, fellow guests and honored speaker. Welcome to the panel session 1. My name is Dina, and it is my pleasure to serve you as moderator. In this session, there are 4 speakers, namely Dr. Hazli Zakaria, Prof. Sang Daniel Choi, Dr. Avelino Guterres Korea, and Professor Asnawi Abdullah. All of the speakers will share how digital innovation, smart policy, and community engagement can help us build a stronger and more resilient health system, not only for today, but also for the future. Before we begin, I kindly remind you that during the panelists' presentation, you are welcome to type your question in the chat room, and the best question will be selected to the Q&A session later. So now, we are honored to have 4 remarkable speakers. Dr. Hazli Zakaria from Malaysia will talk about AI for mental state, smarter, fairer, accessible technology. He is a director of Alumni Healthcare Berhad, Malaysia, and an expert in mental health AI telemedicine. Please, doctor, the floor is yours for the next 20 minutes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning, good Saturday. Thank you, Dr. Dina. I would like to thank the organizing committee for the invitation. And so yeah, I'm here today and I try to do the justice for the topic given to me. Let me share the slides, yeah. Okay, so as I said, the topic given to me, AI for better mental state, smarter, fairer, accessible technology. Disclosure, yes, have admit that I use AI for this presentation as well. These are the agenda. It seems very ambitious, yeah, but no worries. AI will help me and the mission will be accomplished. Okay, first, the current state of mental health globally. Luckily, after 2020, why? After pandemic, we start to be aware and give much emphasis in terms of mental health in each country. However, unfortunately, the investment into mental health still very lacking. We continue talking, but there is no action, there is no investment. In fact, the disparity between countries in terms of investment to their mental health is very obvious. Unfortunately, we are talking about technology which need a lot of money, funds, investment is very lacking. How to go about it? Next, we know also the number of people affected with mental illness increasing. Not just a mental illness, but we know that also poor mental health that need to be tackled as well. That's what being mentioned by WHO, Director General talking about the importance for us to invest, mental health is not a privilege, but it's a basic right for all. The inclusivity is important. And what we look now, the number of suicides continue in each countries. If we want to aim to fulfill the expectation by 2030, we need to do more. Not just that, the common mental illness like depression, anxiety cost a lot of money. So when we're talking about mental health, without convert into money and economic consequences, people not giving much attention. And because of that, when we talk about mental health, we also need to focus on the impact to the economy of the country, and people start to listen. And we need to look into the basic root of the problem. Stigma is still very high. The accessibility is still the main problem, and the barrier to get the services happen in every countries, including the developed countries. Somehow we need to thank to pandemic because they open eyes to us that the importance of mental health and the current situation of mental health in each countries. And then AI. AI has progressed so fast. Yeah? In the beginning, the first generation of AI, which focus on the aspect system, we use logic. We want to understand better. But that one is expensive and very complicated. And luckily, the second generation of AI, when people talking about machine learning, when the AI started to become more autonomous in using whatever data that they have and try to understand the pattern that they get and then make sense, and they able to predict. Then the current generation of AI, we're talking about deep learning, the neural network. And when the AI not just for able to make sense of the pattern and all the data that they able to predict, now AI able to use the language where they able to speak, they able to listen, able to write, able to read like us, like human. Now they able to think like us, and in fact they're able to use their own way of learning by incorporating all the information that we probably not taking into consideration. And later the next generation of AI is going to be called like they call general artificial intelligence, where they're going to be the super intelligent, which are much better than us. Even now, they sound so smart. Can you imagine what they are going to do? Because of all this, the learning that they are doing, they are getting better and better. And then, how are we going to work with them to integrate and hopefully to help us? We can see from the benefit of the machine learning, they able to do things much easier, much faster, and they don't really need for us to give the data anymore. They can look for the data itself. But with the deep learning, there's even much intensive learning that they can do, and they are able to help us. Whatever question that we ask them, they can give answer. Sometimes they are too confident, even the answer is not right, but they are so good in convincingly tell us what we ask them for. Okay, and then now how the healthcare looks like with all the data that they can use for them to learn more and more, and then they process it, and then they will be able to give us the answer that we ask them, and then helping us in terms of make the diagnostic more accurate much earlier, and then also help us to give the accurate treatment. Not just that, they also can predict, because what AI is very good is prediction. And one thing that we didn't realize, they can provide the help by monitoring 24/7, because they are autonomous, automatic. They don't need break, they don't need a holiday, they don't need to sleep. So that's what they are going to do to help us. And as I said, the diagnosis and then also the treatment. That is a good thing, right? So why don't we start using it? There is a paper talking about how the AI can help in terms of mental health from the population point of view. From the mental health care, looking at the treatment, screening, and prevention, but they're also going to affect and going to influence the effect to the social and economy. And what we must do now and how to ensure that the AI work for us, the human, rather than they control us. The important for us to come up now with the kind of regulations, policy, so that AI going to serve the human, not the other way around. Okay, to answer the questions, can AI help healthcare, particularly mental health care, to be much faster, better, smarter, and really make the mental health is accessible to the public? First, can AI make mental health services faster? Yes, the answer, because they able to detect the pattern. Because of that, they can detect the early sign of any illnesses, the diagnosis. Then they can increase the accuracy of the diagnosis itself so that there is no misdiagnosis. Then they can help us to find the treatment that matching for the needs of the diagnosis. Another thing that we can see that they can, because of they're able to detect the pattern, they can much earlier than the risk factor altogether, and they able to give us the possibility of the diagnosis of what happened before we able to sense it. The fact that this early detection can improve the prognosis. Not just that, the platform of AI make the people assess it much earlier, because the less of stigma, they don't afraid that being judged, and this also can help them to get the diagnosis much earlier, faster. That is good to avoid all the complication. Yeah. How about the affordability? We know that it's expensive to all the platform, but we always being challenged by the lack of human resources. The number of psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, a counselor, very limited. But at the same time, the number of demand is increasing. The AI can help reduce the gap between the demand and supply. Of course, because of that, the cost of the treatment can be reduced. The idea of increase the accessibility, make the treatment affordable. It can be given to the place that's so far away, the remote area, provide the 24/7 without much increase in cost. And then they provide the place where the person want to get the treatment early, and they can reduce the complication, and up the total cost will be reduced and make the service much more affordable. And everything we want to do, for example, the screening and all the treatment can be done in the mass, can upscale much easier, because of the AI can do that with reduced cost. And last, can we have a better services, much improved efficacy? Again, yes, we are dealing with the smart tool here, which is going to use all the information regarding to the person, analyze it, and give us the idea how to manage the person. It make much more comprehensive, holistic, and then accuracy will be increased, minimize the errors. Will it make the treatment much better? Not just that, it can help us also to come up with some other prediction, what other possible treatment need to be included, not just medication and therapy, but other lifestyle changes, for example. So because of the feedback the AI give to the doctors, clinical psychologists, and all the mental health service providers, that information, the feedback that we get from the AI will help us to adjust our treatment strategies. And in fact, this is a kind of like we have our advisor going to give us suggestion, but at the end of the day, we are the one who make the decision. So AI will help us throughout the journey of provide the service, and we can do the measurement, the monitoring automatically, unconsciously for the person to be aware. So this will give us the better raw data which we can use, and the AI can also use, can help us to understand our patient better, the treatment we more personalized and individualized. At the end of the day, the service will be improved, not just be better, faster, and also accessible. So the answer to all the question earlier, of course, yes. But we have to remember also, are we ready to integrate this technology in our services? This paper suggested to us to do this readiness study first before we embark into the project, or before we integrate the technology into the services. These are the 8 most critical factors that we need to consider in order to ensure whatever the program that we start will be a success. And we also need to look into the readiness of the human resources itself. The doctors, the psychiatrists, clinical psychology, and all those are involved, they need to be supported, need to give adequate training. And more important thing, they are willing to use this in their day-to-day practice. So we also know the challenges. Of course, the mental health, the psychiatric disorder are complex, not complicated, complex issue. How could the complex issue be managed just one simple solution, right? So that is the beauty of AI also. They not simplify the complex issue, rather than understanding and then embrace it, and then to come up with some kind of strategies. Having said that, we cannot deny that mental health, compared to other health conditions, they are much more complicated, not just physiological. They need to also include into the psychological part, the social part, spiritual part. There's all other components which I think the AI at this moment is maybe not equipped yet to deal with that. And then we need also to highlight again the importance of human resources in dealing with AI, because the idea is not to be controlled or being managed by AI, rather than work together, and the final decision should be by the human decision. And the cost, we cannot deny the cost. Are we willing to invest for something that is expensive, but in the long term will be very cost effective? And from the bias and ethical aspect, again, we know that AI, they are still a machine, so they could be too much and out of control. So that's important for us to realize this as well. Another thing is AI is a thinking machine, but they are not able to think on their own. There are still part of the whatever the input they give us. We still need to verify, we need to do that, because they do not start with the hypothesis and then try to find to support the idea, to confirm the hypothesis. They just collecting data, use the pattern, and come up with some kind of understanding. However, the reasoning still need to come from us human. So the future of AI mental health care need to be integrated, need to be hand in hand. The synergistic effect is important in order to make it faster, affordable, and better. This how it's going to look like. It's a integration, it's a collaboration, it's not just one way. And it's going to be like this. It's the human and the machine will work together in order to provide the service who are 24/7 monitoring, easily accessed. It's much more efficient, and at the same time, the aim is to help the person that really need the most. At this moment, we are not able to do that. It's such an irony, right? The hospital without hospitality. The doctors who are human without humanistic touch. The idea is the AI will take over all the administrative work, all the non-care businesses. Now the mental health providers can focus on what they are good and provide the humanistic care to the patient that really need the most. There are a lot of chatbot or digital available. It's a matter of choosing the one for us that matching the needs of the locality. So I'm going to have the two more slides. These slides are really mine. All other slides also designed by myself, of course, but with the help of AI. This is my own interpretation of whatever that I have shared with all of you. Now we should we should embrace this. Human and I is going to be a team, no matter what. If you don't want to join, you're going to left behind. AI should enhance, not replace us. It's a supplementary, not substitution. AI should assist us, not competing with us. We have to have a balance between AI-driven intervention and human care. Still the paramount, and we cannot go away from that. AI detect changes and pattern, and we should interpret and make sense of it. AI-driven continuous monitoring, but we should monitor and should the oversight of that. Trust and transparency. We have to have the balance between this. We cannot trust AI, and of course, AI did not trust us. The human touch remains central to the mental health care, no matter what. Take-home message, AI could provide the transformative force for a faster, affordable, and better mental health care services, even more to the developing country, even more to Indonesia, Malaysia, and Timor-Leste. We need to embrace this. We need to find ways how to invest in this. The collaboration and balanced, transparent responsibility, both NI and human being are mandatory. The readiness factors are important component, and we need to assess that before the implementation strategies to ensure the success. There are challenges, of course, the bias and barrier, which could be overcome with the advance of AI itself. Last, the essential aspect, human touch and humanization of mental health is a non-negotiable. So basically, with AI, we were able to bring back the human touch of mental health care services, which started to lost because of the human part of it is already burnt out. So can you imagine irony, right? The AI help mental health professionals to deal with their burnout. And hopefully we are able to work with AI so that we ensure that we are friend, not enemy. So with that, I think I'm very positive. I'm hopefully this is a kind of like it's just the first step for us to realize the importance for us to embrace the AI, the technology into mental health care, especially because the stigma is still very high that this could be the answer to all the unmet needs in mental health that we are still not able to solve. With that, thank you. So if any question, please do ask, and then this my email. Please send me an email if need further explanation. With that, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Dr. Hazli, for awesome presentation. Now let's continue with Professor Sang Daniel Choi. Prof. Sang Daniel Choi from United States will discuss health and safety where people and technology meet in the healthy workplace. He is professor from Global and Community Health at George Mason University, Virginia, and also an expert in workplace safety, ergonomic, and human-centered technology. You may begin your presentation. You have the next 20 minutes, Prof.
All right, so thank you so much. Can I be able to share my screen? Okay, now let's see. Okay, Let's see. Can you see? Okay. Can you all see my screen? I believe you saw.
Yes, Prof.
Okay, thank you so much. So I would like my ultimate heartfelt thank to this committee, International Seminar on Current Issues on Public Health, that I am truly honored being invited as this distinguished speaker. And this topic itself is entire heart in my heart that has been working on over the several decades on that regard. As you can see here, that where that is about the people and technology meets in healthy and safe workplace in there. So currently, I'm a professor at the George Mason University, Virginia, USA, in College of Public Health. And also my educational and by training is in environmental occupation safety and health. And also by education, also I have a degree in engineering. So I will bring that up, that thoughts, that multidisciplinary approach on this topic, that is health and safety in workplace. So just quickly going over this agenda, you can see that. So pretty much I'm gonna go through highlights in that. This topic itself, such deep and broad itself. So my 20-minute presentation would merely touching on some areas that high levels only. So in particular, then I'm gonna go with a little bit details in prevention through design in a specific ways. But others are very much of high levels of touching on this topic. So please also take a note, this disclaimer, information or statement as well. So I'm gonna go through quick introduction and overall context in here. Again, this is an opening background information, in a sense, give you initial high-level thoughts about this topic area. That how does it working in this occupational health, safety, and industrial health would associate with the digital transformation in there. So we are living into level of a high-level digitality, but also some specific technological environment. So we're gonna touching on a little bit of that, just highlighting overviews, and also pretty much also briefly touching on workplace wellness strategies, and not to mentioning about physical health, but prior speaker and also keynote speakers talked about mental health, that as well. Something also would like to touching on importance of safety and health in workplace. It is also hand in hand improving productivity and quality of work in that regard. So I don't too much talk about that, but I would like to give you quick thoughts on that as well. Safety and health goes hand in hand, higher productivity and quality, especially into the business model. Obviously, also there's something that we want to take, you would like to, and we would like to take away from it is global best practices, local adaptation. So see this some of again, this is a very high level presentation, but hope some of you or many of you can take away certain things that you can be able to apply or adapt to your own workplace, or maybe research a topic, or maybe hopefully innovative thoughts and starting of open up conversations. So in here, briefly continuing on touching on there, so risk management is one of a very important one. Obviously, those technology would helping us that about decision making, especially what are those risks associated with, especially at the workplace. So we can use Internet of Things, sensors, real-time analytics, obviously not to mentioning about AI enhanced real-time and big data. Because of that, we typically looking into some AI approach because of this big data, especially in the workplace. If you're imagining you constantly collecting data at real time, then imagine how much data you're going to collect. And importance is, what does that mean? We need to understand the data, what big data, what does it really meaning to us? Ergonomics, we briefly talked, even if that beginning of this opening videos, talked about how to properly using computer workstations and stretching and so on and so forth, which is very important as well. But now in predictive ergonomics, meaning is there are many tools that advancing ergonomic assessments, postural assessments, and also other physical and also physiological stresses actually be able to assess through this as well. And also AI, we talked about that, obviously. Challenges in digital occupational health, environmental health, and other things as well, that privacy issues, kind of things as well. So I'm gonna briefly, again, touching on that later of the slides. So now I would like to diving into some more specific. This would be more onto the examples, especially in the US, United States of America, that I've been working with US CDC, the Digital Control, Center for Digital Control, especially NIOSH, International, Industrial, and National, that Occupation Safety and Health Administration is working on this particular topic. So I'm gonna touching on some of things there as well. Before that, so I hope many of you that in this topic area, that is occupation health and safety and industrial hygiene. So if you are not familiar with that topic itself, here you go. You see this definition and also some of the concept here as well. So you can read it here, but several things. But importantly, on the right-hand side, you see this visual representations, and you can use this one as basic principle for occupational safety and health and environmental and industrial hygiene. It is that really looking at hazard identifications, meaning is you kind of looking at identify your potential hazard or risk, right? And then you have to assess those, how high and how frequently occur. So occurrence and then severity. And then looking at control, meaning is how you're going to minimize or hopefully eliminate the hazard you identified based off of your risk assessment. So I'm going to touching on to that in this one, especially using prevention through design model. So before that, it is importantly to point out this is a very key concept, as well as a very well thought out, as well as there are many publications on this topic area, hierarchy of controls. Maybe some of you on occupation safety and health or environmental, industrial hygiene, you kind of have seen this one. So looking at control effectiveness and business value, the best would be the top one, looking at elimination, meaning is we're gonna designing out, as you can see on the top arrow, this is the best of it, the most effective, and also in terms of business that really work the better. If that doesn't work, go to the next hierarchy, that is substitution, replacing it with something else. Okay, if that doesn't work, then go with engineering control. You're redesigning certain machineries or workstations and so on and so forth. If that doesn't work, go down lower level. That is administrative control, such as job rotations, training, scheduling, changings. If that doesn't feasible, then go to the bottom, but last resort, meaning the least effective one is personal protective equipments, PPEs, such as hard hats, safety gloves, safety glasses, or safety boots, and etc., etc. So in practices, you might see that the bottom, the least effective one, such as a PPE, you might see as the more often being utilized. But looking at this hierarchy of control, it doesn't really looking at top best selection is elimination. So I'm going to go through them using this model. So again, CDC, US NIOSH have developed 2008. Coincidentally, at that time, I also looking at, coined this research into practice and practice research. I'm going to talk about that. It is about prevention through design. It is a concept, but it's looking at eliminate hazard. So preventing or reducing occupational injuries, illnesses, and fatality. Okay, so elimination, as you recall, previous slide about the hierarchy of control, and including designing out, enhancing work environments. There are 4 different principles: high quality research, practical solution, partnerships, and research into practice. So in particularly, one of those principles, R2P, that research to practice, is a very well incorporated in the US CDC or under Department of Health and Human Services in NIOSH, National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. In that regard, it is now one of the key areas that the scientific research findings need to be applicable to the solving the problem. Okay, so into the highly effective prevention practices and produce adaptable to workplace. In that regard, I myself, with some other colleagues, we also developed this model, research to practice and practice research. What it does is we're gonna do the research or do the scientific findings to solving the problems, but also we would like to, we work with the practitioners that need what they need and bring it back to the research. So it's a continuous improvement of this research to practice research that has been very well proved that effectiveness of the solving the problems. And switching the gear a little bit, I would like to briefly talk about this is Occupational Safety and Health Administration, US OSHA, has this focus 4, that is high-level incidents or injuries, fatalities, falls from heights or falls, cutting or between, struck by, electrocution. Those are 4 main contributors that at the workplace fatalities, especially in construction industry, not to mention in other industry as well. So I'd like to give you some examples of this application of prevention through design. For example, first one is within focus 4, falls. So looking at here on this graph or table, on the left hand, potential hazard, which is very important in terms of eliminated, we need to identify potential hazard. So in this case, this is a roofing, elevated skylights that's supposed to be protecting the worker falling through it, but failed it because the design of this cover was inadequate. So by designing, meaning is using this engineering control, adding a load-bearing mesh cover the skylights. So one thing I would like to mention here is a multi-interdisciplinary collaboration. So this action need to be worked by the architects, meaning is who gonna be designing or in the blueprint of this construction first. So that is importantly mentioning that include other in beyond the number of occupation safety and health professionals. The next one is again about the falls, looking at that green roof in there. So, but this initial design on the left, it doesn't cover too much about the fall prevention. So again, redesigned by the architects, providing this safety guard and beginning of the design and also being constructed at the site and when they're building the building. So next one is a cut in between and prevention through design example. So cut in between is by the machinery, other things. So pretty much providing this by design, providing machine guarding at the time of the purchasing this machinery. And also bottom one is about the construction site. This is about the cave-ins. So looking into designing other things as well. So looking at, again, potential hazard need to be identified, risk, and also the preventions. And looking at here, also stroke by in here. So looking at your and then stroke by here, the example. And as you can see again, potential hazard given and design of the risk, and then proposed prevention through design in here. So it is really inclusive here. Here designed by architects and working on as also construction and structural engineers working together. Okay, lastly, about the focus 4, electrocution in there's electrical hazard in there. This is more likely the planning stage in there, right? Employer or company that need to be planned about, there are certain regulations, at least 10 feet away from that high voltage work. And then when they're providing this workplace, the different types of controls should be measured in there. Okay. So let me switch the gear a little bit. I'm just watching out my time in here a little bit. So another technological incorporation in occupational environmental safety and health would be this building information modeling. So this is a digitized modeling. One thing I would like to mention here, building information modeling, we call it the BIM. So it does providing different computerized or digitized scheduling other things, but it does providing three-dimensional visualization, time simulation, and then estimation of cost of the simulation of the construction sites due to the time goes by as construction progress, and also and sustainability, green and energy analysis, life cycle, and maintenance. And also in 7D, operations and facility management, also providing about disaster and emergency planning when the building of these structures and building itself already incorporated, which is a very important perspective. Another one is a virtual reality quickly. So VR incorporation in occupation safety and health and industrial hygiene. What about mention about prevention through design, as I briefly mentioned, the hazard identification is very important at the designing phase before you're building the buildings. So this is some of my students. I was doing the demo on virtual reality VR tour or risk assessment in a site. Again, as you can see, this is a designing phase, and is even if the building is not built yet. So I was be able to do safety audits in this virtual site that identify potential hazard, anything else. So again, keep that in mind about prevention through design, and also the principles of occupation safety and health, ergonomics and other things would be that identifying those potential hazards and risks. And then we can assess it and then hope to eliminate completely or reduce those risks in there. Another application of technology such as VR would be safety training. Using those virtual reality training has been showing very proven as effective tools that, as you can see in this study published, they're providing learning style and retaining the percentage. They're listening to the lecture and then doing is talking about, as well as a virtual hands-on, would really retaining very high level of the knowledge that wanted to deliver. And virtual reality immersive safety training so has been developed in here, safety training, especially for preventions. So the trainers and trainees actually they're immersively they're diving into that, be able to identify those hazards, be able to actually see, experiencing virtually, and also be able to identify those hazards and working on hands-on virtually that eliminate those hazards that as well. So I'm just watching out my time a little bit, maybe not too much, but I just want to give you a high level of global best practices adaptation to the hopefully to the Indonesian context in there. So as briefly mentioned that risk management is critically important, identify those hazards and technology incorporations, especially not to mentioning about AI, that I completely agree previous the speaker talk about AI. It is our friends actually be able to, we need to using as enhancing, helping us to do work, for example, risk assessment and other things. So, and also virtual reality could really helping us to the retaining the knowledge of the safety training and other things. Not to mentioning about the mental health. So it's enough of that talk. Also still more important, but I just wanna skimming through data-driven decision making. Because of this big data, one of the issues, again, we collecting lots of data through digital wearable Internet of Things and other things. But what does that mean? How are we going to interpret and how we can actually using it back to assess and also using as a solution or interventions? That's a key questions or maybe homework we have to continue working on. Culture and regulatory adaptations, not to mention about policy levels and regulations. There are other countries actually having certain different high level or advanced regulations. see if Indonesian government, local government, or regulatory agencies can be able to adapt those into the policy level as well as regulatory perspective. So again, workplace wellness need to be built in there. Other things, something considered in Indonesian perspective. Yes, we're gonna look at physical health initiatives, ergonomics, for example, or fall preventions and other things. Looking at design of equipments. So occupational safety and health, working very closely with the human factors ergonomists that well designing about the safety equipments, personal protective equipments, and other things. And mental health again, balance the productivity and holistic wellness culture in there. So looking at overall physical interactions with the mental and also cultural, organizational work together, or with really enhancing that overall improvement of workplace safety and health. So quickly again, high level of summary of adaptation to Indonesian. So these things, something to think about, and then obviously this is a very high level. So continue to looking into maybe some of the doctoral students might be interested in looking and diving into certain specific areas, but cultural, regulatory, workforce training, infrastructure consideration, and community engagement, that as well. Okay. So what are those future directions? Something to continually coming up to us. We already hear in terms of health and safety and technology and then workers and people community. AI, yes, AI is already here. Again, AI is enhancing us, to supporting us, assisting us to do better work about safety, and also that as we are continue working on that workplace safety and health as well. So proactively, we can use it, AI, in a sense, carefully also, but more promising way. Virtual reality training has been used in many of the different areas, especially in workplaces, but also virtual reality training has been also incorporated of those. For example, I'm currently also working in the post-disaster responses for training for first responders, firefighters, emergency training, emergency medical trainers, as well as construction workers who are working in the site, post-disaster site after flood, fire, other things. So VR can be used very safely, a safe way of the very hazardous conditions. Wearable devices is there already. So we already have like a smartwatch, smartphones or wearable devices continually monitoring health and safety of our workers and also ambient or environmental areas. So it is already here. We can do more precisely with the evidence-based. Ethical use of all these are also important. We need to considering it, privacy of personal data of the people and workers and organizational as well. So I'd like to conclude my speech talk in there. So that is really encouraging dialogue. So please open your heart, open your mind, working as multi-interdisciplinary in that regard. So please away from silos, working on particular specific topic or discipline, but open up more onto multi-interdisciplinary, working with occupational safety and health, public health, working with engineers, scientists on computer science, working with AI development, work with the architects with designing the buildings, working with policymakers and other things. So we cannot open up our hearts and mind. They're working with the multi-interdisciplinary in that regard. We open heart, again, continuously learning things. It's ongoing progress of these adaptations as well. I was hearing very good about talking about innovation, transformation, collaboration, and then transformation could be done with this continuous improvement. And one thing I would like to highlight, the finishing line, is ongoing collaboration, especially the one mentioned about the research to practice research under the prevention through design concept. So we're going to continually improving in there as researchers, scientists, that solving the problem, but also keen on listen or of those practitioners or industry or community that what they need to solve the problems. We need to listen to them and then include our research other topics so we can do continually improving of those and protecting workers at their workplaces. So these are my references, and thank you for your attention. Thank you for so much your time.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Choi, for your insightful sharing. Now we invite Dr. Avelina Guterres Correa to continue. 20 minutes for your time. Dr. Avelino Guterres Correa from Timor-Leste will present strong communities, healthy futures, collaboration for a healthy nation. He is a lecturer from UNPAS, University of Timor-Leste, now a senior advisor on community-based system. Please, Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much for moderator. I can share my PowerPoint or no?
Not yet, bro.
Hello? I can share my PowerPoint from here, or
do you want
can
to
provide,
help from our committee maybe for sharing?
Yes, okay, it's okay, yeah. Okay, first of all, I would like to express my respect to His Excellency Vice Minister of Health from the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Vice Minister of Health from the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia, my fellow panelists, dear lecturers, postgraduate, and doctoral students, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and selamat siang from Timor-Leste, because now is 12 point, almost 1 o'clock now. Oh, you can share my PowerPoint. Hello?
Please, the presentation. Okay, please wait,
Okay.
Doctor. We still starting, maybe. Ready?
The PowerPoint is ready?
Not yet. Please.
If no, I can sit in from here maybe.
Our committee is still preparing, Prof. Maybe you can. Yeah, okay.
You can start.
Doctor, yeah.
Okay.
You can start now for 20 minutes.
Okay. Yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee, especially the Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia, for organizing extraordinary seminar today, and for inviting me to serve as a panelist for the session titled Strong Communities, Healthy Future, Collaboration for Healthy Nation. But particularly, I would like to emphasize experience from Timor-Leste. I am happy to share with you Timor-Leste perspective and illustrate some of the initiatives that have taken place since Timor-Leste restored independence in 2002, marking almost 23 years of reconstruction. Next slide, please. Subtopic that I would like to share and address here a little bit about the health challenge that Timor-Leste is facing, a little bit a snapshot, community-based integrated health services that are oriented to grassroots communities and the underserved population that already explained by His Excellency Vice Minister of Health from Timor-Leste, health system strengthening from the 6 building block of WHO, overcoming malnutrition through promotion, prevention, and intervention. The issue of malnutrition, the issue of maternal and child health, international partnership, capacity building and training, social determinants of health, disaster preparedness and climate change, and the last challenge and opportunities that Timor-Leste is facing today since the restoration of independence, and a little bit the conclusion and the reference. Please, next slide. Okay, the introduction. This presentation illustrates a range of collaborative health initiatives that prioritize community engagement and forge strong partnership. These initiatives include community health service programs that are not accessible through regular health service that we are providing in Timor. For example, through health posts, community health center, outreach activities, mobile clinics, and hospitals. The establishment of local health committees and collaboration with non-governmental organizations to promote primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention and health services. By involving formal leaders, traditional leaders, and local community organizations and citizens in decision-making, this effort not only empower communities, but also ensure that health interventions are culturally relevant and sustainable. This presentation highlights the critical role of collaborative approach in addressing urgent health challenges, including maternal and child health, communicable and non-communicable diseases, nutrition issues, and climate change. In addition, by fostering a sense of belonging and responsibility among society's members, this initiative contributes significantly to building a healthier nation and promoting sustainable long-term well-being for all citizens. In Timor-Leste, a healthy country is seen as the product of grassroots community efforts, with communities empowered to take responsibility for their health. This presentation will explore how collaboratively partnerships among various stakeholders contribute to this vision. Please, next slide. This slide, I would like to emphasize more on health challenges and achievement in East Timor, but just a snapshot. Key issues that I would like to address here is Timor-Leste faces significant health challenges rooted in a complex interplay of historical, socioeconomic, and infrastructural factors that have persisted over many years and are influenced by three different areas: the Portuguese colonial period, for almost 450 years of occupation, the integration period, more or less 24 years, and the restoration of independence that almost now is almost 23 years. The country has a very high maternal mortality ratio and child maternal mortality rate, one of the highest in Asia Pacific and Southeast Asia, with around 195 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births, and infant mortality rate is around 30 per 1,000 live births, and under 5 mortality rate is about 41 per 1,000 live births. This is according to our Timor-Leste Demographic Health Survey 2015-2016. This level highlights the urgent need for improved prenatal and postnatal care, as well as better access to healthcare facilities and healthcare professionals, including skilled health workers such as doctors, midwives, and birth attendants. Even in Timor-Leste, according to the policy, maternal and child health service must be served explicitly by trainee doctors and midwives. Exacerbating this problem is the highest prevalence of infectious disease, such as tuberculosis, which has not been addressed to date, despite the great attention of the Timor-Leste government, donors, UN agencies, and non-governmental organizations, especially the Global Fund, and the dengue fever, which continues to pose a serious threat to public health. The lack and imbalance of infrastructure for adequate health service, especially in remote and very remote areas, exacerbate the situation by limiting access to services. However, other factors that are not within the authority of the health include the condition of geography, road, and sociocultural issues, and the view of the communities about health service as one of the determinants. In addition, economic constraints hamper government efforts to improve the delivery of health services, leading to a resilience of international aid and non-governmental organizations for health initiatives. This background underscores the need for targeted intervention that address urgent healthcare needs and strengthening long-term systems. Understand this challenge not only underscore the severity of health in Timor-Leste, but also set the stage for community-based solution emerging across the country. Grassroots-based initiatives are increasingly focusing on prevention services, health education, and the establishment of local health committees to empower communities and improve health outcomes. Success that East Timor achieving since the restoration of our independence. In the last 23 years, since the restoration of independence, Timor-Leste has made remarkable progress in rebuilding its health sector, including health policy, primary, secondary, and tertiary health service infrastructure, and human resource development, numbers, education, and training. One of the achievements, such as the eradication and elimination of malaria and lymphatic filariasis, reflects a commitment to improving public health through strong initiatives and community engagement. On the other hand, the number of health professionals, particularly doctors, has increased over the last 5 years. However, the distribution remains uneven. Next slide, please. Next slide, okay. A community-based integrated service that already explained by His Excellency Vice Minister of Health from Timor-Leste, but I would like to emphasize more here. One of the prominent initiatives in Timor-Leste is the SISCA, or Serviço Integrado de Saúde Comunitária, or English we call Community Integrated Health Services, program that established in 2007, which relies a comprehensive community-based health service approach. The initiative focuses on delivering essential health service directly to underserved population through a network of outreach teams and mobile clinics, significantly improving access, especially in remote and rural areas where medical facilities are limited. An essential element of SISCA program is the training and empowerment of local health workers, known as the community health volunteers, who are equipped with the skill necessary to provide basic medical care, maternal and child health services, and health and nutrition education. This approach not only improves service quality, but also fosters a sense of belonging within the community, encouraging individuals to take proactive steps towards their health and well-being. In addition to SISCA, Saúde na Família, Health in the Family, established in 2007, and Programa Integrado para a Saúde, or English we call Integrated Program for Health, established in 2023, serve as essential components of Timor-Leste integrated health strategy. The program emphasizes a holistic view of health, focusing on families, physical, mental, and social well-being. It concerns primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention, as well as early intervention to reduce the incidence of disease through community involvement and educational initiatives. Collectively, these programs represent a commitment to improving health equity and improving overall health outcomes across Timor-Leste, ensuring that even the most vulnerable population have access to essential health service. Next slide. The next slide I'd like to emphasize more on strengthening health systems. The World Health Organization identifies 6 pillars of health systems: service delivery, health workers, health information systems, medical products, vaccines and technology, financing and leadership and governance. These components are considered essential for strengthening health systems to improve health outcomes and responsiveness. Nevertheless, I would like to add more, namely community involvement. The 6 blocks are as follows: leadership and governance. more address on the policy, regulatory, and leadership framework that guides the health systems. Service delivery, provision of the primary, secondary, and tertiary healthcare services. Health workforce, ensuring responsive, fair, efficient health workers to achieve the best outcomes. Train, guide, and equip health workers, including public health workers, to improve the quality of care. Health information systems, reliable and timely production, analysis, and use of health-related information, improve health information systems to enhance data collection, management, and evidence-based decision-making, often through the use of tools. Medical products, vaccines, and technologies, ensuring equitable access to essential medical products with guaranteed quality, safety, and cost effectiveness, and ensuring reliable access to essential medicines, vaccines, and technology through stronger supply chains and distribution systems. Health system financing, a financing mechanism that ensuring sustainable, efficient allocation of resources, ensuring adequate and sustainable funding to provide accessible, affordable services, and protecting people from financial hardship due to health costs. Community involvement is not part of the sixth body block of WHO, but involves community in health planning and delivery, empowers individual and community through education, address social determinants of health, and is paramount. Next slide, please. Overcoming malnutrition. Malnutrition, especially among children, remains a pressing problem in Timor-Leste, where an estimated 46% of children under 5 suffer from stunting due to inadequate nutrition. This according to the Timor-Leste Demographic and Health Survey 2015-2016. The National Council for Food Security, Sovereignty, and Nutrition in East Timor, with acronym CONSANTIL, plays a crucial role in coordinating national efforts to combat these significant public health challenges. The Council works closely with various stakeholders, including government agencies, non-governmental organizations, and community groups to implement effective strategy. This council is led by the Minister of Agriculture and co-led by the Minister of Health. One of the important initiatives under the Vice Prime Minister for Social Affairs is the establishment of the Mission Unit for Combating Stunting, Unidade de Missão a Combate a Stunting, with acronym UMNID, which is responsible for developing and implementing the National Plan for Stunting Control. This plan aims to reduce the prevalence of stunting among children and critical public health problems related to malnutrition and poor food security. In addition, nutrition education and advocacy programs are being launched to raise awareness about balanced diets and healthy eating practices. These programs emphasize the importance of a diverse diet that includes essential micronutrients for children's growth and development. By combining hand-on intervention with education, the program not only addresses urgent nutritional needs, but also aims to instill long-term habits that improve health and well-being. Through these coordinated efforts, COMSANTIL and UMNIT seek to create a healthier future for Timorese children, ultimately contributing to the nation's overall development and resilience in the face of food insecurity. Next slide, please. The issue of maternal and child health. A country is healthy when mothers and child are healthy. Mother and child health initiatives are a top priority in Timor-Leste, reflecting the national commitment to improving the health and well-being of future generations. Programs such as the Liga Ina or Call Mother play an essential role in this effort by connecting pregnant women with midwives through their prenatal, delivery, and postpartum care and services. The initiative not only improves access to health services, but also fosters positive services, seeking behavior among pregnant women thereby improving health outcomes. To seek pregnancy health services, the government Timor-Leste, through the government decree law, issued the program Bolsa Damai, Mother's Pocket, or Bolsa Damai, Nova Geração Program, or Mother's Pocket New Generation Program. Is a Timor-Leste initiative to support pregnant women and children up to 6 years old, aiming to reduce malnutrition, maternal child mortality, and poverty. The program provides monthly allowance to pregnant women and mothers of children with disability or up to 6 years of age, and guarantees access to prenatal services. The government allocates the budget to fund the program, but it also receives support from international partners. Next slide, please. International collaboration. Next slide. Okay. Next slide. The next one. Timor-Leste health strategy is significantly strengthened by strong international partnerships, which play a crucial role in shaping the national health service landscape. In particular, the WHO, UNICEF, UNFPA work closely with local authorities to develop comprehensive health policies and implement target initiatives to meet the specific needs of the population. In addition, other development partners and donors, including international and national NGOs, provide substantial funding and expertise, facilitating programs focused on health, disease prevention, and health system strengthening. In addition to these partnerships, Cuba, Australia, Fiji, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, and China are also involved in Timor-Leste's health care sector, particularly in their commitment to provide essential medical training for local doctors and health professionals. This knowledge ensures not only enhance the skills of the local workforce, but also promote sustainability in the healthcare systems. The collaboration is essential to strengthen the health system and increase the nation's capacity to respond effectively to various health challenges, including infection and non-infectious disease and emerging health outcomes. Next slide, please. Capacity building and training. To address the critical shortage of training health professionals, comprehensive capacity building initiatives are essential to improve health outcomes. Organizations of institutions such as INSPTL, National Institute for Public Health Timor-Leste, play an important role by offering targeted training programs that equip local health workers with essential skills to address the complex health challenges faced by the communities. These programs cover a wide range of topics, including disease prevention, maternal and child health, and basic emergency care, ensuring that participants receive a well-rounded education. Public universities such as UNTL and other private higher institutions like UNPAS, ICR, UCT, ICS Oriental play an important role in building the capacity of health professionals in Timor-Leste. By empowering local communities through tailored education and enhanced training, Timor-Leste actively fostering independent healthcare workforce. This approach not only improves individual skills, but also strengthens the health system as a whole, enabling communities to effectively respond to their own health needs and reduce their dependence on external assistance. Next slide. Addressing the social determinants of health. Achieving equitable health outcomes requires a comprehensive approach that addresses critical social determinants, including poverty, access to clean water, adequate sanitation, and educational opportunities. In Timor-Leste, where many communities face challenges related to income inequality and infrastructure, implementing programs designed to improve living conditions is essential. Initiatives that improve access to safe drinking water and sanitation facilities not only reduce the burden of waterborne disease, but also enhance the community's overall health and well-being. In addition, empowering communities through education and economic opportunities is essential to drive sustainable health improvement. By proactively addressing these fundamental issues, Timor-Leste is making significant strides toward creating a fairer, healthier, and more resilient for all its citizens. Next slide, please. Disaster preparedness and climate change. Timor-Leste, as a small country, faces significant vulnerability to impact of climate change and natural disasters, such as floods, landslides, droughts, and cyclones. This environmental challenge can severely disrupt the local economy and threaten people's well-being. To address this problem, empowering national disaster preparedness has become a top priority. This involves not only the development of early warning system and the emergency response plan, but also the training of local population in disaster risk reduction strategies. Challenges and opportunities. Next slide, please. Challenge, okay. Challenge, and okay, back to the previous slide. Challenge opportunities. Despite the significant progress made in recent years, Timor-Leste continues to grapple with several challenges, including persistent resource shortage and inadequate infrastructure. For example, many rural areas still lack access to clean water, reliable electricity, and adequate road infrastructure, which hinder daily life and economic development. However, the government's unwavering commitment, exemplified by initiatives to improve healthcare and education, and continued support from international partners such as the United Nations and various NGOs, offer a promising path for future improvement. By navigating these challenges strategically and leveraging international cooperation, the country can build on existing success, improve public service, and strive for a more sustainable, healthy future for all citizens. And then my last slide is about the conclusion. In summary, collaborative efforts between communities, governments, and international organizations are essential in shaping a healthy future for Timor-Leste. By empowering local communities and fostering partnerships, the nation can achieve sustainable health improvements that resonate through its communities. Together, we can envision a future where health and well-being are accessible to all, creating a legacy of resilience and vitality for future generations. The two last slides about my reference, but this is my humble presentation. I thank you for hearing me. If you have any question, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Avelino, for your valuable insights. While we are waiting for our last speakers, let us continue to discussion for our international speaker. Okay, we have received several interesting questions. Let's begin in the discussion. The first question for Dr. Hazli. This is from Adi. With the rapid development and implementation of AI in mental health, how we can think critically and innovatively about applying AI in this sector?
Okay. First and foremost, right, we need to do the assessment of needs first, because we cannot just do things because other people doing it, because we want to take the advantage of the AI without we realize the fundamental needs of our locality. And then we need to balance between the readiness for us to integrate that, and then what would be the outcome that we want to achieve. So most of the time, we do not have the look from the bigger picture rather than focusing on the ambitious result that we want to achieve. In fact, you need to utilize AI to help us design what would be the better program or project or whatever that we need in order for us to accomplish for the betterment of the community. Another thing is we have to remember that AI require data. But the problem with us in the developing countries, we do not have the foundation in capturing the data and share the data without with the issue of confidentiality and privacy. We can see that in Malaysia, for example, we are still territorial in terms of the data that we capture. So we need to have the foundation in have a good tools in order to us to capture the data itself. With that, we probably know what are the things that we want to achieve, and then to solve the unmet needs of the community. And then when we do that, we always focus on the expert opinion without considering the stakeholder that involved, the community, the neglected part of the community that we need to include during the process of developing the needs, the proposal, before we even start the integrating the AI itself and using the AI while we doing that. So that is the beauty of the collaboration between human and technology, actually. So we need to measure our shoes, what the size of our shoes. Don't just follow the trend, the viral of the trend of the shoe. Now we want to wear the shoes as well, but our feet is going to be painful. So that's my answer to that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hazli. Now next for Prof. Choi. Do using BIM or VR require high costs? And how can Indonesian companies be convinced to make them a priority for workplace safety?
All right, so great question. Thank you so much of that as well. It is a bigger umbrella of technology adaptation in a sense. So I kind of provided building information modeling and the virtual reality, several of those that has been very well articulated, incorporated the research as well as practices in the US, especially in the construction sector in a sense. So given the same perspective in a sense in the US that that one need to be taken note that well adjusted of those adapted high technology, advanced technology, building information modeling or virtual reality well situated to the large big construction, for example, companies in a sense. So that's if that is related to that, what it is, then it is certain things that could have a lower cost that as well, not necessarily just looking high level of high cost as well. But I would also want to mentioning this, for example, the wearable sensors, and even if the virtual reality settings became very much of a cost reasonable in these days. So there are many vendors offer the specific applications of those. It's not necessarily no longer in high cost. You just have to find the right vendor and then providing the specific task-based solutions accordingly as well. So thinking this way, those, for example, technology-based interventions are some of the tools, not necessarily only have to do solving the problems with or issues using those. So to see those capacity of the budgets and then also that organizational priorities. But more importantly, I just want to mention that in terms of, again, technology is one of the tools and adaptations of that improving that health and safety. But overall, thinking about these basic principles, identify those hazards and risk based off of maybe some technology sensors, or maybe by manually by observing workers, such as ergonomic, work postures, manual material handling. There are many other checklists, even do that a piece of paper or making any specific photos and other things be able to assess those. And also using risk assessment, looking into risk reduction, not necessarily completely eliminating those risks, but also be able to reducing it is better than just staying on high level of risk as well. So I do believe even if such as developing countries, including Indonesia, would be able to using technology adaptation, such as looking at those virtual reality or wearable sensors, even if the building information modeling, in a sense, so looking at certain stage of it, not necessarily just looking at applying everything else, but looking at specific high hazard risk task, job task first, using adaptation of those technology applications and then adaptations. So hopefully this answering some of questions.
Okay, great, Prof. Choi. Thank you. Then for Dr. Avelino, based on the success of Siska, the Familia and Kitchen Garden program in Timor-Leste, how can Indonesia adopt similar community-based approach to reduce malnutrition? Can you suggest something maybe for the success story? How can Indonesia adopt similar community-based, like Siska or Saudena Familia? You're unmute, doctor. Maybe you can unmute your speaker.
Okay, thank you very much for your about the Siska because you'll see that the number of population in Timor-Leste is around 1.3 million. So it's not quite hard for us how to implement the Siska program at the community-based level. But experience from Timor-Leste, Siska, we call Serviço Integrado Sociocomunitário, or English we call Community Integrated Health Services, how to bring all of programs from the community health centers every month, at least every month, to the community level. And community as a part of the programs, they should provide facilities like place and peoples like we call community health volunteers to contribute to these programs. We in Siska we have 5 tables, but it doesn't mean the table refer to the programs. At least in 1 month, all of the health workers, like doctors, midwife, nurses, and health professionals that work at the community health center level and help us, they should provide Siska at the community levels. It can be at the hamlets or at the village or any place that the community can provide to us and to provide services. In comparing with Indonesia, I think this is the good point that you raise here, that Timor-Leste, how about the Siska experience can expand, not expand, but as a lesson learned from the other countries like Indonesia. Yeah, because Indonesia is the big population, but in terms of the structure, in terms of the government structure for the national until the community level, it's well established because you know that during the Indonesian occupation, I work as a doctor. I can share an experience that we call posyandu, but it's posyandu. We can provide all the services to the community. Now, in Timor-Leste, we call Siska. The problem about in the times because of the number of health workers were limited, so it's quite hard for us to provide health service under the grassroots level. But now I think the number of the health workers increased. I think it's not quite difficult how to implement the Siska at the grassroots level. This is my point of view. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the awesome answer. Next for Dr. Hazli. Are you ready, doctor? How can we ensure that AI algorithms in mental health services do not enforce social biases and discrimination against vulnerable groups? Who is accountable if an AI-based diagnosis or intervention in mental health care leads to errors? What do you think, doctor?
This is a very good question. Thank you for the question, right? Okay. It's important for us to realize the AI is good because of the data. If we do not provide the data, and then how are AI going to be better in what they are doing? So it's important for us to include as much as diversified data as possible, meaning that the data include the vulnerable group, include not all races from all countries, Yeah, because otherwise the AI not able to use that to come up with the answer that when we ask them. So it's important for us to value the diversity of the mental health itself, which are complex, and we need to include all the informations. So that's the difference between OpenAI and other AI which are not being controlled. So when it comes to the AI that integrated into mental health, we need to have some kind of boundaries, the strategies in order for us to make it more meaningful. For example, to include the local data which are going to be more applicable. Otherwise, if the information, the data is not enough, the vulnerable groups are going to further being victimized, and then the strategies or the treatment suggestion recommendation may not do well for the group. Further, in fact, they're going to make things worse. So that's important for us to understand when we going to use which a model that we're going to make, and then we need to make sure that there are part of us also look what are the when the discrepancy happen, and then who's going to resolve that. And then that is when the human being, which is the expert, the consensus of expert, is going to look into the data that provided by the AI, which already kind of control rather than open without a limitation. So I think that is important for us to realize the collaboration effort between human and AI in order to kind of narrowing so that we are not going to be too far away, and then to make the whatever the answer is diluted or lost from what we're supposed to do. Meaning what? Meaning that as every countries in this world, including us in the developing countries, we can contribute to the betterment of AI so that they can serve us better locally. So my answer is all come back to us, and not let the AI be the one who has the final word. So we still hold the keys because we are the ones going to design it with the help of AI.
Okay, thank you for the great answer. The second question to Prof. Choi. This is from Mariana National University Timor-Leste. What are the most effective strategies for creating a healthy work environment where people and technology work together to reduce occupational risk and promote overall employee well-being, Prof?
All right. So again, thank you so much. This is a great question and very thoughtful in a sense. So I would say this key word in here is a holistic, not just certain one approach, but looking at multi different approaches. As I mentioned, several things. For example, adaptations of that technology, in a sense. That's one thing. And also looking into that, safety culture, organizational compositions. How big is your company size? What are those composition? Are those workers are well experienced in different background, educational, training background, kind of things as well. And also same token, it is also importantly mentioning that well understanding about hazard assessments at workplace as well. So you see the people that levels of skills, understanding, experiences, and also organizational structures and technology adaptations that looking into the balancing of things that as well. So be able to that the workers understanding properly about the hazard risk that they are working on and or facing it exposed to, and how to that elaborate those, and by the training other things. So one thing I would like to bring it back, circling back to one thing mentioned about the prevention through design concept. That is a concept actually, but always thinking about high level. Can we as employer, as well as occupational, environmental, industrial hygiene experts, specialists, or scientists or researchers, eliminate the hazard. Okay, so think about that. How can we designing out that eliminations at the designing of a phase or before the buildings, before the creating any products, anything like that? So thinking the process would really be able to identify those hazards way before advance, before those hazards coming into the workplace. Okay, so that is very important in a sense. And then also incorporations of those adaptation of technology and behavioral other things as well. Not to mentioning about this mental health piece that we don't want to left it out in a sense that even if in the US, the mental health has been we got much better, but there's a stigmatized that word don't want to talk too much about it. Now, yes, several keynotes as well as speakers talked about this COVID pandemic really opened the door. Now in the US, we are much more well situated about talking to the public, research, as well as interventions, other things. As I mentioned about intervention piece is also important in a sense. We are maybe more keen on to diligently just identify those problems, hazard, risk, and assessing it. But we kind of stopping up there. Okay, what is really intervention or solutions? Are we putting those solutions actual workplace or just writing in a piece of paper? Looks great, wonderful. We clap the hands, so we are good with it. Okay, so just intervention piece is really lacking in any countries. In the US, we do very lacking. I hope not in Indonesia, but I presumably might also have this more room for improvement of the interventions that as well. So yes, that's my 2 cents on that particular question. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Prof. Choi. And the second question for Dr. Avelino. This is Ayudina from Indonesia. She asked about one of UNIT's programs or kitchen gardens. She said that I'm interested in learning more about this program and its achievements. So far, in combating stunting and malnutrition in Timor-Leste, could you please explain the program in more detail and share any success story or evaluation? For context, Indonesia now has the program called MBG or Free Lunch Program. Is it maybe any suggestion for Indonesia program, Dr. Avelino?
Okay, thank you very much. This is very pertinent and paramount question that I need to explain a little bit, but I would like to share that yes, of course, that the number and the prevalence rate of more. I already mentioned it, around 46% of the children under 5 are suffering from stunting. What is the program that we try to decrease the number of stunting? First, since we restored our independence in 2002 until now, we already make many efforts how to combat the problem of stunting. But when you see about the result until now, we already doing some survey, 3 times of survey, and the last survey still showed that the number of stunting is still high a little bit, 46%. There are many factors. There are many factors that can influence the number of stunting still high. But what is the government make intervention to decrease? First, it start from the governmental level. You can see that one of the concern is under the Prime Minister for Social Affairs. We have one program we call UNIT. UNIT is the one of the unit that just seeking how to help to control and to seek some resource to combat stunting. This is under Prime Minister. And another program that another concern we call Consantil. Consantil is one program that is under the Minister of Agriculture. and co-led by the Minister of Health. This program is looking for two things. One is about the security and about the safety and the guarantee of the food. In terms of quality of the food, of course, in terms of nutrition, is under the Minister of Health, but in terms of food security, is under the Minister of Agriculture. We have more collaboration with other agencies like UN agencies like WHO, UNICEF, and UNFP, how to decrease the number of stunting in Timor-Leste. In terms of kitchen garden, yes, these ones we already apply in Timor because experience from Indonesia. The garden is very important, but you know the another factors that we don't know can cause the stunting in Timor-Leste, like social factors, knowledge, and other factors. One of the what research that doing by UNTAD about the result that some children in Timor suffer from stunting, about when they do the examination for all the children, they found that most of the children also suffer from helminthiasis. It can be anemia, it can be other that can cause. If you look at this issue, of course, that the one of the how to tackle the problem, we need to increase the number of vitamin D intervention and distribution of the anti-helminthiasis every 2 years to all of children under 5 years. This is my point of view. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. There's another question lagi, again for Dr. Hazli from Mariana Timor-Leste. What are the risks if people become overly dependent on AI application for emotional support? For example, maybe using chatbot instead of talking to friends, family, or mental health professional. What do you think, Ms. Dr. Hazli?
Okay. Again, it's a very good question, a very practical question as well. You know that we at this moment we think that AI does not have the ability as a therapist, for example, the ability to show empathy, things like that, right? But we are quite. You will be surprised when you use the chatbot or you use even the chat GPT. We start to realize that AI are very people pleaser. They will give the response that they know that you want the response, and then you end up feel good. And then, yeah, the possibility that we depend on chatbot AI is high. That's provided that that chatbot is for the universal use that being used by everybody else. That's important for us to choose which one that we can adopt to help us. But you know that nowadays, even in my clinical practice, right, the patient already use ChatGPT as their as a co-therapy. In fact, they ask the ChatGPT what to ask me during the session, and then they also ask back the ChatGPT whether I did give the right advice or recommendation to them. So we have this another co-therapy in the session. But the problem is right. The important for us to have a trust for the client, for the patient to trust me that I will welcome the ChatGPT into the team in managing this person. Once they realize that the professional are welcoming and okay with that, they are even more open about it. And then we can use the AI, the chat bots, the chat GPT as a support in between the session, in between the follow-up. And right now also I use during the session when I, with the permission of the patient, when they know the importance of collecting data to record the session, and then use the apps which can convert that into the writing, so I don't have to write notes, so I can focus my attention to the patients. And then that's what we need. We want us to do what we are good at as a human, to provide the human touch, and the AI can do all the administrative thing that we don't have to do that. And then again, the important, want to highlight again the importance of AI as a platform for the easy access. So it doesn't matter how good we are as a therapist, as a psychiatrist, as a doctor, if the person did not come forward to seek help, it's not going to be good, right? The AI, all this digital technology can provide the platform which invite the person to share their issues much earlier, which can lead for the treatment. So that is how we can use it. But again, we have to ensure that the trust and transparency during the session, which help us to control the client from not being dependent to AI, or we need to know who they are talking to. In fact, I always ask them ask them to give name to their chatbot or their chat GPT. Some of them call Siti. You know that Siti Nurhaliza is very popular in Malaysia. Some of them call Siti, and then I always ask, what Siti asked you to ask me today? So it makes such a much better conversation, and they can be the good assistant to us. So that's how I meant by integrating with the idea to provide the better services to the client and to the patient. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you. What a great discussion today. Thank you for the three international speaker. Okay, now we turn to the photo session. I kindly invite all speakers and participants to turn on cameras for a group photo. Okay. Kamati? Yeah. Ready? Smile in 3, 2, 1. Okay, second slide maybe. Smile. 3, 2, 1. Okay. We now present certificates and plaque of appreciation to our international speakers. Please, the committee. First, Dr. Hazli Zakaria, thank you for your valuable insight. Prof. Sang Daniel Choi, thank you for your inspiring contribution. And finally, Dr. Avelino Guterres Correa, thank you for sharing expertise with us today. Once again, thank you for all our distinguished speakers for your outstanding contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Finally, now we welcome our fourth speaker, Prof. Asnawi Abdullah. Please, the floor is yours, Professor. Prof. Asnawi Abdullah from Indonesia, we will highlight fair health for all, shaping system and policy in the RIBK era. Currently, he is the head of BKPK Ministry of Health, expert in health equity and policy. Prof. Asnawi, you can start now and you have 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Izinkan saya dalam bahasa Indonesia saja, udah siang, malas mikir dalam bahasa Inggris lagi. Pertama, terima kasih sudah memberikan kesempatan dan mohon maaf tadi dari sesi ketiga bergeser ke sesi keempat. Delay di pertemuan sebelumnya, mohon maaf. Baik, dalam waktu berapa menit? 20 menit? Next slide. Bisa share. Ya, baik, terima kasih. Judul slide pertama, saya hari ini akan memaparkan tentang Health for All, Fair Health for All, Shaping System and Policy in Health Sector Master Plan Era. Pertama, izinkan saya menjelaskan sedikit. Oh, itu yang saya kirim salah filenya. Kok jalan sendiri? Iya. Berarti saya salah kirim file tuh.
PPT, Bro.
Ada 2 file saya kirim. Baik, saya bisa sendiri aja ya, biar terukur. Share kemana? Nggak berfungsi. Laptopnya mana? Share-nya kemana? Laptopnya kemana? Ya, belum dikasih connect, ya nggak connect lah. Baik, slide yang pertama ini, saya ingin, kok lencar-lencar? Oke, baik. Tadi saya sampaikan concern presentasi hari ini tentang health for all. Namun fokusnya lebih kepada fair or equity, health for all. Nah, dan bagaimana kebijakan Kementerian Kesehatan, terutama yang dituangkan dalam RIBK, bisa memastikan tercapai health for all. Atau dengan bahasa lain, lebih saya ingin menekankan bahwa health for all ini punya banyak challenge. Saya akan menunjukkan yang pertama, burden of disease inequity. Inequity adalah salah satu concern utama kita, baik pada level nasional maupun pada level global. Nah, kecil layarnya apa? Ruangannya besar tapi layarnya kecil. Tapi slide-nya itu boleh di-share ke mahasiswa juga deh, biar bisa melihat. Slide ini saya ingin menunjukkan kepada teman-teman mahasiswa bahwa dalam 20 tahun belakangan ini kita terjadi transisi penyakit yang luar biasa. Kalau kita pernah mendengarkan transisi epidemiologi penyakit, gambar ini saya ingin mengkuantifikasi, menunjukkan evidence bahwa dalam 2 dekade ini Indonesia mengalami transisi penyakit yang awalnya adalah dominan penyakit-penyakit communicable disease, sekarang kita akan sama dengan negara-negara seperti saya ambil di sini, Australia, Jepang, Amerika. Ingin yang saya sampaikan di sini bahwa pola penyakit kita sekarang itu pola penyakit negara maju. Tapi persoalannya kita masih negara berkembang. This is the problem with our health system. Nah, di slide berikutnya, saya ingin mengatakan kepada mahasiswa semua atau partisipan yang ikut di Zoom. Pertama tadi kita shifting from communicable disease ke non-communicable disease, yang dulu penyakit PTM, sebutkan saja salah satu DM, orang masih bangga mengatakan bahwa saya menderita DM. Karena dulu DM itu identik dengan penyakit yang high social economic. Tapi sekarang enggak lagi. Bisa pergi ke puskesmas, itu penyakit DM itu merata seluruh status social economic. Itu satu poin. Yang poin yang kedua, beberapa penyakit, terutama kematian akibat cardiovascular disease, kalau melihat data negara-negara ASEAN, kita lebih enak merasa diri kita baik atau tidak baik, itu apabila dibandingkan dengan negara lain. Saya tidak membandingkan negara maju, tapi membandingkan negara ASEAN. Timor Leste juga bagian dari negara ASEAN. Mungkin dalam data ini ada Timor Leste belum ada. Semua negara di ASEAN, kematian akibat cardiovascular disease itu menurun. Tapi coba lihat Indonesia. Dan ini satu pertanyaan besar. Pertama, apa yang salah dengan kebijakan kita? Atau dengan bahasa lain juga kita bisa tanya. Kita bisa menyalahkan dua pihak. Pihak pemerintah, Kementerian Kesehatan. Bisa juga kita bisa melihat ada apa dengan masyarakat kita. Mengapa kesadaran akan pentingnya nilai sehat itu belum menjadi bagian yang diperhitungkan dalam hidupnya. Kalau kita bicara, ambil saja saya nanti ada datanya. Stroke sebagai contoh. Kita bisa lihat kejadian stroke sekarang itu meningkat. Dan kemarin saya menghadiri bersama Pak Wamen, Jakarta sekarang lagi ingin strategi bagaimana mencegah stroke. Mencegah stroke di Jakarta, yang pemerintah Jakarta pertama lakukan adalah bagaimana membangun fasilitas rumah sakit yang bisa menangani stroke dalam waktu golden time 3-4 jam, 4,5 jam pertama. Itu kalau membangun fasilitas rumah sakit. Tetapi golden time 3-4,5 jam itu tidak akan punya makna dengan membangun rumah sakit tanpa membangun kesadaran masyarakat akan pentingnya mengendalikan berbagai faktor risiko berkaitan dengan stroke. Saya mau tanya, sebagai bukti evidence sejauh mana kita peduli terhadap kesehatan kita sendiri sebagai mahasiswa yang punya high risk, begadang malam, siswa S3 kan, buat tugas sampai jam 2-3. Tunjuk tangan terakhir, kapan ngukur tekanan darah terakhir? Tunjuk tangan. Yang mengukur tekanan darah terakhir dalam bulan ini, tunjuk tangan. Bulan ini. Wah, lumayan, mahasiswa S3 bagus, menjaga dirinya. Tapi kalau kita survei, kita tanya di masyarakat, dari 100 yang kita tanya, mungkin nggak akan lebih dari 5-10 orang yang tunjuk tangan. Itu juga salah satu kita peduli pada diri sendiri. Dan kita sering melihat tiba-tiba stroke. Mana ada proses penyakit tiba-tiba. Pasti kita sudah melalui dengan berbagai faktor resiko sebelumnya hipertensi dan kita tidak tahu. Nah, itu poin yang slide yang menjadi, saya lebih banyak beberapa slide yang membuat mahasiswa berpikir apa di balik angka ini. Siapa tahu bisa melahirkan ide-ide untuk kajian untuk PhD-nya. Baik, slide berikutnya. Ini juga memberikan satu gambar ini bahwa ke depan spesialis anak ya masih diperlukan. Coba lihat jumlah usia 14 tahun ke bawah itu ya 0 sampai 14 itu cenderung kita akan terus menurun. Sementara usia lanjut cenderung terus meningkat. Jogja sudah menunjukkan bahwa jumlah lansia lebih banyak daripada jumlah balita. Berarti persoalan penyakit non-communicable disease PTM itu akan menjadi realita di semua masyarakat ke depan. Baik, slide berikutnya coba. Nah, ini terlalu kecil. Saya tidak ingin menjelaskan secara detail. Tetapi mau saya sampaikan dalam semua siklus kehidupan kita, kalau kita maksud saya performan kinerja sistem kesehatan kita dalam semua usia siklus hidup kita itu sangat challenge masing-masing. Misalnya angka kematian pregnant woman, ya, angka kematian ibu hamil, kematian ibu, itu kita masih nomor 2 terbesar. Kematian anak juga nomor 3 di Asia Tenggara ya. Nah, kita ada persoalan-persoalan di usia dewasa. Kita TB nomor 2. Nah, ini menjadi challenge dalam semua siklus kehidupan kita. Masih banyak PR-PR sistem kesehatan kita yang perlu kita perbaiki. Lanjutkan slide berikutnya. Nah, berikutnya ini saya ingin menunjukkan gap sedikit. Coba lihat, umur harapan hidup kita, menarik ini, di Jogja sudah mencapai 73 tahun, sementara di Papua ada 62. Jadi ada 10 tahun gapnya. Nah, baik untuk laki-laki maupun untuk perempuan. Ini kita bicara inequity. Tidak hanya burden, tetapi beberapa indikator. Dan kita sekarang concernnya tidak hanya umur harapan hidup, tetapi healthy adjusted life expectancy. Berapa umur hidup sehat. Boleh saja kita umur 73 tahun. Tetapi kalau 15 tahun kita hidup dengan penyakit, jadi itu mau dikurangi. Merubah mindset cara berpikir kebijakan kita fokus kepada umur harapan hidup, kepada umur harapan hidup sehat, itu merubah berbagai kebijakan. Kita kepingin kalau kita ingin mewujudkan Indonesia emas, negara-negara lain sekarang sudah ingin bonus demografi yang kedua. Kita mudah-mudahan kita bisa mencapai bonus demografi yang pertama. Nah, apabila kita lihat pola penduduk kita makin menua, apabila kita bisa meningkatkan HALE kita, healthy adjusted life expectancy kita dengan baik, kita insya Allah tidak hanya bisa mendapatkan bonus demografi yang pertama, tetapi kita juga punya peluang untuk mendapatkan bonus demografi yang kedua. Dan disinilah merubah mindset pola pikir dari umur harapan hidup ke HALE yang kita harapkan itu bisa meningkatkan umur harapan hidup meningkat, tetapi juga meningkat umur HALE kita sehingga usia lanjut pun masih bisa berkontribusi terhadap ekonomi. Dan itu goal banyak negara yang maju. Ingat sekali lagi saya ingin sampaikan bahwa Indonesia ini pola penyakit sudah pola penyakit negara maju. Nah, strategi fokus kita juga harus berubah agar kita bisa menyiapkan, tidak hanya menyiapkan bonus demografi yang pertama tetapi yang kedua. Slide berikutnya. Ini sebenarnya nggak banyak slide-nya, ada 15 slide kalau nggak salah. Berikutnya coba kita lihat. Ini saya ingin menunjukkan sekali lagi pola pencarian pengobatan kita. Saya mengambil contoh hipertensi dan DM. Tapi saya menarik karena saya tadi cerita stroke, saya ingin tunjukkan pada mahasiswa dan para peserta Zoom. Coba lihat, hanya 6% masyarakat kita yang mengetahui dirinya hipertensi. Sebenarnya angka hipertensi jauh lebih tinggi daripada 5,9 atau 6%. Tapi hanya 6% yang mengetahui dirinya hipertensi. Yang mengetahui dirinya hipertensi, dan yang lebih ini kan, yang mengambil, yang minum obat hipertensi hanya 2,5. Dan apabila kondisi ini tidak koreksi, kita tidak mampu mengoreksi, angka kejadian stroke akan terus meningkat. Sebanyak apapun fasilitas kita, semodern apapun kita bangun, sulit kita bisa mencapai ke rumah sakit untuk ditangani dalam waktu 3 sampai 4,5 jam. Sulit. Jadi perubahan perilaku, faktor risiko menjadi sangat penting. Berikutnya, baru kita, nah ini ilustrasi persoalan. Kalau mahasiswa sering sampaikan ini bab 1, gitu kan. Lalu apa pemerintah lakukan? Sebenarnya banyak saya ingin cerita, tapi karena kita ingin fokus kepada RBK dan waktu yang sebatas, kita hanya bisa fokus kepada RIBK. RIBK itu ada 6 strategic outcome. Yang pertama adalah membangun healthy population. Bagaimana membangun masyarakat hidup sehat. Yang kedua, community with healthy lifestyle. Kita ingin membangun banyak kelompok-kelompok masyarakat untuk membangun hidup sehat. Mungkin mahasiswa juga bisa membangun kelompok-kelompok. Kemudian accessibility, affordability, quality of healthcare. Kemudian kita ingin membangun sistem kesehatan kita yang kuat. Yang keempat, yang kelima, effectiveness, government and financing. Dan yang keenam adalah advancing technology. Nah, kemudian baru diterjemahkan. Ini agak kecil, tetapi buat Bapak Ibu semua, RIBK diukur 41 indikator. Jadi idealnya riset apapun yang kita lakukan, kalau ingin sejalan dengan RIBK, ya pilih salah satu dari 41 indikator ini. Sehingga argumentasi kita kalau defend, mengapa topik ini kita ambil, kita salah satu alasannya, ini adalah amanah dari RIBK. Ini mungkin saya tidak perlu membaca secara detail, ingin memberikan waktu untuk berdiskusi. Nah, apa yang bisa kita lakukan, Bu? Apa yang pemerintah lakukan untuk mengurangi gap? Tadi, gap baik dari burden maupun dalam hal outcome, saya hanya ingin fokus pada 3. Yang pertama, pemerintah membangun networking, kita sebutkan referral networking support program pada setiap level rumah sakit. Ya. Yang kedua, kita ingin mengupgrade level rumah sakit kita. tipe rumah sakit kita, walaupun sekarang kita tidak menggunakan tipe lagi. Yang ketiga, untuk mengurangi inequity, kita mau mencoba melihat membangun digitalisasi. Kenapa? Ada yang mau ditanyakan? Atau saya sudah kelebihan waktu? Ya. Biasanya kalau teman-teman tidak fokus, saya pun tidak fokus. Dan saya mengejar waktu untuk berada di sini. Jadi sangat berterima kasih kalau membantu saya agar saya bisa menjelaskan dengan baik. Kadang-kadang orang bertanya, kenapa Kementerian Kesehatan mau fokus pada digital health misalnya. Kita tahu Indonesia ini tidak mungkin kita membangun rumah sakit di seluruh kepulauan Indonesia. Tidak mungkin. Dan teknologi sebenarnya bisa membantu mengurangi beban kita harus membangun infrastruktur di semua pulau, berapa puluhan pulau. Dan tahun ini pemerintah membangun 30, ini yang tadi saya bilang 32 atau 33 hospital yang modern di wilayah-wilayah terpencil. Kenapa filosofinya? Yang pertama, selain tadi saya bilang burden tadi, selama ini fokus kita untuk meningkatkan health for all lebih banyak fokus kepada pelayanan primer. Coba lihat, semenjak tahun 72, pada saat kita awal-awalnya kaya penemuan minyak bumi di tahun 72, langsung kita implementasi amanah deklarasi Al-Ma'ata tahun 72. Kita membangun puskesmas di setiap kecamatan. Itu dalam rangka meningkatkan accessibility. Enggak cukup puskesmas, kita bangun apa? Pustu, tidak cukup pustu, polindes, bidan di desa. Sekarang ada klinik desa. Itu semuanya untuk mendekatkan pelayanan kesehatan sedekat mungkin dengan masyarakat. Itu pelayanan dasar. Tetapi disparitas akses terhadap pelayanan rumah sakit itu sangat besar. Yang selama ini kita kurang perhatian. Kita berasumsi dengan menguatkan pelayanan primer, persoalan selesai. Tetapi kalau kita lihat pola penyakit kita, enggak. Pola penyakit kita akan banyak menangani penyakit-penyakit PTM, NCD. Untuk itu, bagaimana memastikan masyarakat bisa akses ke pelayanan rujukan dengan membangun rumah sakit di daerah-daerah terpencil. Coba bayangkan, Jakarta ada berapa rumah sakit? Mungkin hampir 30-an lebih kali. Bisa 40-an. Tapi ada di suatu daerah hanya orang menempuh 8 jam, 10 jam agar bisa dia mendapatkan rumah sakit. Dan kita tragis juga mendengar cerita di Papua tempo hari. Jadi, dan membangun 33 tahun ini, tahun depan 66, coba lihat rumah sakit yang dibangun sekarang di daerah, itu rumah sakit kelasnya modern, nggak jauh beda dengan tampilan hotel. Coba pernah pergi ke Kupang, rumah sakit Boy, itu bentuknya rumah sakit. Tetapi kalau tiba-tiba kita terbangun di depan rumah sakit itu, di hotel mana kita? Dan kita ingin membangun image bahwa rumah sakit pemerintah ke depan itu tidak seperti orang membayangkan rumah sakit pemerintah saat ini. Dan itu juga cita-cita dari Pak Presiden, bagaimana mendorong. Dan ke depan Kementerian Kesehatan juga mau mencoba, kalau sekarang Kementerian Pendidikan punya program merehabilitasi sekolah-sekolah dari uang pemerintah pusat, tapi kita juga ke depan bagaimana puskesmas itu juga nampaknya modern yang membuat orang senang betah. untuk bukan tambah sakit kita ketika datang ke. Nah, jadi kita membangun baik pelayanan primer, begitu juga harus disupport dengan pelayanan rumah sakit. Karena pola penyakit kita itu bergeser. Itulah kenapa salah satu kebijakan kita adalah memperbaiki akses masyarakat di daerah-daerah terpencil. Lalu ada juga yang bertanya, filosofi CKG misalnya. CKG, kita tahu bahwa kalau kita tidak melakukan upaya-upaya deteksi dini dan promptly treatment dari filosofi dari CKG itu, kita tidak mampu. Beban sistem kesehatan untuk menangani penyakit tidak menular di akan datang, kita akan kewalahan. Dapat ide konsepnya? Nanti terakhir saya coba summary dari cerita ini. Baik, berikutnya tadi saya bilang digital technology. Sekarang ini persoalan dengan teknologi, kita terlalu banyak aplikasi. Sepakat? Coba yang punya aplikasi itu bingung mau install yang mana. Kan gitu. Di sistem kesehatan juga demikian. Kasihan masyarakat petugas kesehatan kita mengisi A, mengisi B, mengisi B. Kita menyadari itu. Dan sekarang kita mensimplifikasi. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu nanti S3 mau mengembangkan sebuah aplikasi lagi, saya bilang jangan deh. Kita yang ada aplikasi yang ada sekarang ini juga kita matikan. Yang tidak efektif, tidak banyak digunakan, membebani, kita kurangi. Kita membangun satu sistem yang terintegrasi dengan sistem-sistem yang lain. Jadi kalau ingin membangun, ada ide membangun aplikasi, jangan membuat aplikasi baru. Tetapi boleh membuat aplikasi baru yang bisa link dengan aplikasi yang lama. Paham maksud saya? Nah, ini terakhir, jadi 2 menit, satu slide lagi. Ini sebenarnya sengaja saya tambahin. Kementerian Kesehatan punya roadmap riset implementasi. Terutama kita fokuskan, kalau dibuat ke atas itu banyak, tapi kami potong sekitar 10 setiap tahun, 15 setiap tahun, yang menghabiskan miliaran uang negara. Dan kita ingin membuktikan apakah program-program yang habiskan miliaran rupiah ini berimpact tidak kepada outcome kesehatan kita. Dan BKPK melakukan kajian dan biasanya melakukan kajian melibatkan universitas. Jadi silakan kalau yang kemudian di slide berikutnya habis sebenarnya. Tapi saya untuk dibaca saya jelaskan sedikit profil BKPK itu seperti apa. Silakan untuk dipahami bisnisnya apa, responsibility-nya apa, kemudian bisnis prosesnya seperti apa, produk-produknya seperti apa, silakan dibaca. Biasanya topik seperti ini biasanya dari pagi sampai sore. Tapi ini harus menjelaskan dalam waktu 20 menit hanya bisa dipahami oleh mahasiswa S3. Kalau mahasiswa S1, mahasiswa S2 tidak bisa memahami bahannya cukup besar tapi topiknya persoalannya cukup besar tapi dijelaskan dalam waktu 20 menit. Sekali lagi selamat buat mahasiswa S3 dan mahasiswa S3 namanya S3. Selesainya 3 tahun. Jadi kalau mahasiswa selesainya 4 tahun itu mahasiswa S4. Baik, barangkali demikian. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Prof, please stay here ya, Prof. For question and answer, stay here please for a while. Thank you for Professor Asnawi Abdullah for your meaningful perspective. Now we turn to the discussion for Professor Asnawi Abdullah. In this room, for the audience, is there any question for Prof. Asnawi, maybe? Please raise your hand. Ya. Kak Dadan maybe. Okay, Kak Asrid, please. Your question.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Prof. Asnawi. Mohon izin, nama saya Asri. perwakilan dari teman-teman di ruangan ini. Saya sangat tertarik tadi yang membahas terkait pengadaan dari kementerian yang ke depannya akan mengadakan rumah sakit di tempat-tempat terpencil. Mohon izin Prof, saya ini berasal dari Ambon, daerah sangat terpencil. Saya dulu sebagai garda terdepan, artinya bidan di desa terpencil yang kriteria sangat terpencil. Jadi di sana itu memang ada Polindes, ada Posyandu, ada bahkan kita tinggal di sana. Cuman mohon izin, sampai sekarang itu untuk fasilitas di puskesmas Polindes itu tidaklah merata, bahkan sangat minim. Bahkan kita di sana, Prof mohon izin, kita juga mengeluarkan biaya pribadi untuk memenuhi fasilitas tersebut. Sampai bahkan juga untuk lampu, itu pribadi juga yang keluar, tapi tidak ada pergantian atau reimburse itu tidak ada. Mohon izin terkait ini, mungkin yang tadi dibilang Prof bahwa kedepannya untuk nanti memajukan atau re-upgrade dan juga revitalisasi bagian puskesmas, saya sangat setuju karena untuk ke depan ini memang teman-teman ini kebanyakan untuk mengembangkan di daerah yang pertama itu primer. Pertanyaan dari saya ini gini Prof, mohon izin kira-kira itu dari dari kebijakan tadi itu kapan kira-kira waktunya untuk nantinya ini bisa terrealisasi dan strateginya itu kapan kira-kira kita bisa menikmatinya ya? Apakah nanti dalam waktu dekat ataukah gimana? Apakah nanti akan melibatkan kita mahasiswa-mahasiswa S3 mungkin? Itu aja dari saya. Terima kasih Prof. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih. Senang kalau mahasiswa bertanya kapan waktunya. Ya nggak, deadline ya banyak ya. Kira-kira kapan waktu mau lulus? Itu kan. Ya Pak, waktu lulus tidak hanya tergantung pada saya sebagai mahasiswa, juga tergantung kepada dosen pembimbing. Gitu jawabannya kan. Nah, Kementerian Kesehatan, BKPK itu terus mendorong bahwa oke, tahun ini kita membangun 33, tahun depan 33, berikutnya jangan hanya berhenti 2 tahun. Agar semua wilayah terpencil itu memiliki rumah sakit yang layak. Paham saya? Nah, tapi kita tahu juga persoalan di pelayanan dasar juga belum selesai. Ya dah. Nah, banyak kalau pergi ke Jakarta, lihat puskesmas Jakarta, enak lihatnya ya. Ya enggak? Coba balik ke minggir sedikit ke Garut, tipe puskesmasnya sudah beda. Kalau saya lama di Aceh sering keliling puskesmas itu, ada beberapa kabupaten puskesmasnya keren. Misalnya Biren, itu semua standar, semua puskesmas itu sama. Tangerang kemarin saya ikut waktu CKG, puskesmas yang baru-barunya keren. Nah, tapi wilayah-wilayah tertentu masih perlu, ya kan? Nah, kalau kita mau melihat Indonesia itu dari Sabang sampai Merauke, idealnya quality puskesmas juga harus seimbang loh. Itu kan target kita sebagai berbangsa dan bernegara, kita kepingin kalau tadi bercerita equity ya, keadilan dah. Nah, yang terbayang pada kita strateginya, kalau mengandalkan uang dari pemerintah daerah dengan decentralized planning sekarang, kurang juga perhatiannya kepada puskesmas. Dulu cita-cita kita desentralisasi apa? Agar pemerintah daerah tahu yang lebih dekat, lebih tahu bisa memberikan pelayanan yang sesuai dengan kondisi kebutuhannya. Itu kan? Agar sesuai. Zaman waktu kita dulu, waktu sentralisasi dulu, semua dikasih sepeda. Coba bayangkan daerah Takengon, gunung seperti ini, waktu turun bisa bidan dikasih sepeda. Tapi waktu naik, siapa? Itu menunjukkan kita tidak peka, kadang-kadang kebijakan pusat itu tidak peka memahami itu. Justru kita desentralisasi. Tujuannya apa? Biar pemerintah tahu mana yang urgen, yang prioritas. Tapi realita kita lihat sekarang, banyak kabupaten, kota, nggak begitu peduli juga sama kondisi puskesmas kita. Ya kan? Nah, lalu kami sekarang berpikir, gimana kalau puskesmas itu, walaupun itu sebenarnya kan tanggung jawab pemerintah daerah sekarang. Ya kan? Eh, kami belajar dari program dari Kementerian Pendidikan. Ada program rehab sekolah. Dan bukan hanya rehab sekarang, sekolah itu dapat whiteboard digital tuh ya. Ya kan? Wah, kita cemburu juga lah. Kementerian Kesehatan, kita kepingin juga puskesmas kita ada program. Nah, itu rehab. Sekarang ini kita akan coba kita mapping. Mapping nggak begitu sulit kita. Bikin Google Form, kirim ke semua kepala dinas untuk mengisi. Nah, itu strategi kita. Nah, kapan? Nah, itu pertanyaannya. Biasanya cewek selalu suka tanyanya kapan. Ya, kepastian itu penting buat cewek gitu. Mau dibawa kemana nih hubungan kita gitu. Nah, tahun berapa? Nah, kita mau mencoba untuk 2026 nggak mungkin. Karena usulannya udah masuk. Ya, kita target ke 2027. Nah, itu ditanya kapan. Mudah-mudahan. Nah, siapa tahu ada yang dari timnya Pak Prabowo mendengar. Mungkin bisa saja kan? Oke, itu satu jawabannya. Barangkali demikian ya. Makasih.
Okay, thank you for Prof. Asdawi for your good answer. Maybe there is one question from Pak Imam. This your time.
Makasih. Mohon izin Profesor sama rekan-rekan dan yang offline online juga mohon izin. Kebetulan saya praktisi ya di industri migas dari upstream sampai downstream, dari perusahaan asing sampai perusahaan BUMN. Yang saya lihat di industri itu saat ini, dan kebetulan untuk proposal disertasi saya terkait bagaimana mengoptimalisasikan komunitas di tempat kerja untuk saling support dalam rangka peningkatan kesehatan kerja. Nah, di kita kan kalau nggak salah di perundang-undangan sudah mengamanahkan optimalisasi atau developing komunitas dalam rangka kesehatan masyarakat. Tadi di dalam sini Profesor menyampaikan pertanyaan, siapa di sini yang sudah ini? Artinya self kesmas kita bagaimana? Dan itu harganya mudah-mudahan lebih murah dibandingkan kita membangun infrastruktur apalagi kuratif. Kita kan bukan didoktrinasi, diajarkan ilmu kesehatan kita promosi preventif. Saya kira itu nilainya secara value uang lebih kecil dibandingkan ini. Nah, di dalam hal ini belajar hanya mau scoop kecil saja. Success story dari industri migas dan tambang yang ada di Australia terutama. Karena kebetulan waktu saya lakukan scooping review dan literal review, 64% menyatakan bahwa peer support network atau jaringan support sejawat itu successfully-nya hampir 70%. Mempertahankan dan meningkatkan mental health, salah satunya mental health. Kemudian in term of money-nya hanya 20% dibandingkan kalau harus develop infrastruktur ataupun kuratif. Mungkin ini salah satu yang mungkin bisa nggak terlalu lama dijawab kapannya. Mulai hari ini kita mulai gencar. Karena kita bicara di sini teknologi dan AI, setiap hari tadi pagi usia 7-17 tahun sudah mulai lihat, kita mulai gempur itu dengan informasi bagaimana promosi preventif. Dan kebetulan kita juga di sini diminta mulai.
So the question is, Mr. Imam.
Kita promosikan itu, Prof.
Tanpa ditanya saya udah tahu pertanyaan.
Oh iya.
Saya kira itu, Prof, yang saya mau ini kan, Prof.
Ya, Prof.
Ya.
Please your answer, Prof.
Memang
Thank you.
anggarannya nggak gede, sehingga mungkin ya itu.
Sepakat. Kalau bicara di kesehatan kerja, tahun 1994 waktu saya masih mahasiswa, saya kebetulan dari jurusan kesehatan kerja. saya sudah punya keinginan untuk menjawab pertanyaan Pak Ketua. Tempo hari saya lakukan riset waktu mahasiswa S1, menghitung biaya yang dikeluarkan oleh PT Toyota Astra untuk mengobati penyakit, kecelakaan, berbagai. Kita kuantifikasi berapa jumlah per tahun dikeluarkan. Nah, uang itu mesti tidak perlu dikeluarkan, kayak tadi, apabila program occupational health safety-nya mereka itu berjalan dengan baik. Dah kita ngomong. Yang kemudian kita kuantifikasi lagi, nih mau mencoba mengingat, mau recall masa S1 dulu. Kita coba mengkuantifikasi seorang lulusan UI, ITB misalnya direkrut, kemudian dia kasih training sekian lama, kemudian kita simulasi skenario dalam 5 tahun dia mengalami kecelakaan dan dia tidak bisa produktif. Dan berapa kerugian yang harus dialami oleh perusahaan. Terus ditambah lagi berapa biaya yang ditanggung oleh keluarganya karena dia tidak bisa produktif lagi. Padahal dia lulusan cum laude IP 3,9 misalnya dari sebuah universitas, di training, kadang-kadang ada yang di training sampai ke luar negeri, kemudian itu menunjukkan bahwa ini. Nah, cerita lain, kebetulan mahasiswa S3 juga satu angkatan dengan saya, dia mendorong perusahaan-perusahaan di Australia, di Melbourne tepatnya, untuk join dalam program mendorong pegawainya untuk membangun budaya hidup sehat. Tapi dia juga melalui riset duluan, dia riset dari 1.000 pegawai misalnya, berapa yang sakit, berapa yang cuti, sakit apa, dia mencoba memetakan dulu. Kemudian dia lakukan intervensi dan setiap orang boleh memilih pola healthy lifestyle yang apa. Jadi dibagi ke dalam beberapa kelompok. Mau lari boleh, mau jalan boleh, tetapi ukurannya adalah diukur per bulan apa yang terjadi perubahan kadar gula darah, tekanan darah, berat badan dan sebagainya. Dan dia ngitung berapa dampak, misalnya yang bisa diukur yang paling cepat, berapa tingkat produktivitas, berapa tingkat absensi, dan bagaimana quality report dan sebagainya. Percayalah, bagi orang yang sudah biasa olahraga, 1 minggu dia tidak olahraga, badannya nggak nyaman. Paham maksud saya? Dia udah merasa ada yang kurang. Sama seperti hari ini belum membalas WA, ada yang kurang. Paham maksud saya? Oh gitu. Jadi sebenarnya itu yang sangat perlu buat kita tanamkan pada diri kita, kemudian kelompok, kemudian lingkungan dan ini ya. Dan di Kementerian Kesehatan sekarang ini setiap bulan kita harus memeriksa. Dan saya harus, misalnya saya punya pegawai, staf saya 400-an, 450-an. Dan saya bertanggung jawab untuk kesehatan staf saya. Dan tiap 3 bulan saya report. Yang kita report adalah perubahan. Misalnya kemarin yang obes berapa orang, sekarang jadi berapa. Yang tekanan darah yang terkontrol berapa gitu. Kolesterol berapa gitu. Nah, perubahan itu yang kita ini, dan kita udah punya planning. Kita ingin menunjukkan di Kementerian Kesehatan dulu, kemudian kita akan translate itu ke kementerian-kementerian lain. Ketika di kementerian lain sudah berjalan ke Pemda, kabupaten-kabupaten, kemudian masuk ke perusahaan-perusahaan. Semua akan melihat program ini untung. Baik secara perusahaan, tapi juga untung buat pribadi. Dan kita punya konsep besar, sebenarnya kita kepingin generasi yang kita ingin mencapai Indonesia emas tadi, kita kepingin anak-anak yang sehat, maka kita CKG juga kita membangun dari anak sekolah, membangun budaya hidup sehat dari sekolah, sejak dini. Kita lagi merevisi program UKS, yang selama ini bagus konsep UKS, tetapi diterjemahkan hanya Yang penting ada ruangan di pojok satu di sekolah dianggap sudah UKS. Padahal hakikatnya itu bukan itu. Kita ingin membangun budaya hidup sehat. Dan program CKG ini salah satu momen juga. Bayangkan ke depan kita punya sejarah. Kita masih punya rapor SD.
Iya.
Tapi hanya angka akademik saja. Beberapa coba ke depan begitu rapor SD juga kita punya report kesehatan kita. Keren toh?
Iya.
Jadi apakah kesehatan kita sekarang ini sebenarnya jangan-jangan sudah dipotret
Berat badan aja kan.
dari sana, ya kan? Pernah dengar teori Doha, the origin of disease and health, yang kemudian ditranslate menjadi 1000 hari pertama kehidupan. Itu awalnya teori Doha. Yang teori itu percaya kondisi kita sekarang itu bisa memprediksi apakah kita kena DM atau tidak DM ke depan. Kalau polanya nggak dirubah. Apabila polanya bisa kita rubah, itu kita bisa mengurangi faktor resiko. Nah ini mau kita bangun, mulai kemudian akan masuk ke perusahaan. Perusahaan itu kita kemarin ketemu dengan Kadin, bukan hanya dengan Kadin kita membangun white paper sekarang. Mereka sangat interest seperti itu. Karena itu menguntungkan bukan hanya perusahaan, keluarga kita. Dan itu tentu akan berdampak positif buat nation kita. Jadi kalau kita lihat ini, kalau kita punya optimisme bisa kita mencapai negara maju apabila yang kita bicarakan tadi itu bisa kita lakukan. Jangan tanya kapan, mesti hari ini kita mulai.
Mulai dari hari
Dan dari kita sendiri. Ya kan? Hari ini dari kita sendiri kita mulai. Dan sekarang kita mulai. Nah, tapi bagus sekarang coba lihat perubahan yang paling bagus mahasiswa. Sekarang ukur berat badan. Semuanya periksa semuanya. Nanti setelah 3 tahun apa yang berubah? Apakah berat badannya naik atau tidak? Kira-kira selama S3 berat badan naik atau turun?
Turun.
Hah?
Turun.
Jangan pernah percaya teori itu. Teori banyak mikir rambut hilang. Enggak. Itu karena zaman dulu profesor itu udah senior. Saya udah profesor belum
Hilang juga ya.
Ya, itu berarti bukan menunjukkan Pak Dadang banyak berpikir. Sepakat ya? Nah, mungkin. Dapat ini kita harus jadi satu gerakan. Dan itu tadi yang kelompok di RIBK, apa sih? Ya, di RIBK kedua yang tadi kita ingin meningkatkan, memperbanyak kelompok-kelompok healthy lifestyle. Itu yang harus diperbanyak. Itu yang tadi peer group. Ini harus banyak, putar-putar gitu kan. Itu lama-lama itu kelompok kita ini ya. Saya tinggal di dekat Blok M, kan keluar dari rumah itu jalan Car Free Day terus kan kalau hari itu satu hari saya nggak lewat di situ hari Minggu, ada rasa
Kurang ya.
minimal hilang TikTok satu hari gitu kan. Karena semuanya orang di situ apa ya? Dan coba, ada satu lagi. Pernah ke Singapura kan? Lihat di jalan badan orang Singapura seperti apa. Dan yang saya mengejutkan, kemarin saya pergi ke Kigali, Rwanda. Itu negara miskin. Nggak sekaya Singapura. Tetapi kebiasaan jalan kaki itu luar biasa. Kalau misalnya dari sini saya ke halte UI sana, itu dia jalan kaki. Jalan kaki itu. Antara satu hotel ke hotel lain kita naik Gojek. Mereka enggak jalan kaki. Sehingga kalau saya lihat kalau ada 20 ketemu orang di jalan, mungkin yang gemuk satu orang. Bukan gemuk pun, overweightnya gitu. Itu keren banget. Dan satu lagi budayanya enggak boleh belanja apapun tidak boleh pakai plastik. Keren banget. Kalau Paham maksudnya? Didenda kalau pakai plastik. Jadi itu contoh negara yang resourcesnya terbatas punya niat untuk merubah situasi bisa. Insya Allah kita bisa. Ya kan? Yang paling keren dari peer group mahasiswa S3 angkatan berapa nih? Angkatan 2000 berapa? Buat perubahan yang, nah misalnya yang pertama, yang berat badan lebih itu satu perubahan. Harus kan tadi harus ada target dong, harus ada target dong. Ya kan? Nah, sekarang kalau di kementerian kita enak. Pak Menteri slim. Wamen 1 tadi slim. Wamen 2 juga slim. BKPK obes sedikit. Ya, tergantung lihatnya. Kalau lihat dari samping slim, kalau dari depan enggak ya. Nah, tapi kita ya masih oke lah. Tapi kita didorong, paham maksud saya? Dan kita mau mulai dari situ. Ada satu lagi mau saya sampaikan. Olahraga itu ada hubungan positif dengan kesehatan mental. Betul, walaupun kita udah dengar dan kita bisa lihat. Saya pagi kalau tidak olahraga, sedikit. Itu jam 5, itu baterainya udah habis. Tapi kalau saya menyempatkan diri 20 menit gerak, kalau itu sampai jam 10 malam saya merasa oke tanpa minum vitamin C atau tanpa minum poding-poding gitu. Oke. Dan itu jelas. Dan ini semua udah berkeluarga ya, kecuali Pak Dadan yang belum ya. Belum. Olahraga itu memperbaiki hubungan suami istri. True. Coba praktekkan. Nanti suami bilang, ada apa nih kok banyak kali perubahan? Enggak, olahraga jawabannya. Baik, barangkali demikian. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Asnawi. Please again give him applause for the awesome sharing today. Okay. We now present certificate and plaque of appreciation for our final speaker. May we kindly invite Prof. Asnawi Abdullah to come forward to receive the certificate and plaque. Miss Dr. Puji, please present the plaque in the front of the room.
Oke, terima kasih Prof.
Thank you, Prof.
Ya. Bagi yang ingin yang belum punya judul, mau mengambil salah satu bagian dari dokumen di KPK, hanya dengan sangat mau share. Boleh datang ke kantor di KPK, kami juga punya ruangan untuk di Facebook. Oh,
Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, this is the closing of the panel session 1. I'm Nina. Thank you for the audience and oral speaker. Now I return to the session to our Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wadina, and all our panelists for the excellent discussion in panel session 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now pause for a lunch break and prayer. And to stay connected with us, make sure to go to Instagram, search for @DralFKMUI, and hit that follow button. We would like to express our appreciation.
We will resume our session promptly at 1 p.m. Please enjoy your break.
Timor-Leste is a small island nation located in Southeast Asia, known for its rich cultural heritage and beautiful landscape, but it has faced many challenges over the years, especially regarding its healthcare system. The nation also needs a new generation of skilled, innovative, and dedicated health leaders equipped to meet the complex challenges facing our healthcare system. This leader must possess not only advanced clinical expertise, but also strong skill in management, policy development, and humanity engagement. Therefore, the existence of the Faculty of Public Health and Medical Science at Unpad wants to align with the vision of the University of Peace, with the aspiration to become the main center for study, learning, and scientific research, and seeks to become innovative hub that embodies a world-class entrepreneurial spirit, making a significant impact on their country. The faculty with its mission is to contribute significantly to the development of national health by giving priority to preventive, curative, and rehabilitation care. This mission is accomplished through education, community engagement, research, and professional training. To achieve this, the faculty aims to 1. Bring change in the health sector. 2. Serves as a center for health science and technology. 3. Produce high-quality scientific research in community health, primary care, secondary care, and tertiary care. 4. Train innovative, creative, and competitive health professionals at the national, regional, and international level. 5. Prepare health leaders who have the capacity to manage policy and administration in the context of public health and medicine. The Faculty of Public Health and Medical Science is a center for education with a dedication to a healthier tumorless state. With a scientific foundation and dedication to the community, the Faculty of Public Health and Medical Science at Tumpas will continue to train health leaders who have the capacity to improve the national health system. This faculty offers the following courses. 1. Department of Public Health with its concentration, Health Management and Policy Administration, Epidemiology, Biostatistics and Health Information System, and Reproductive Health. 2. Department of Nutrition Science. 3. Department of Environmental Health. 4. Department of Nursing Science. 5. Department of Midwifery Science. 6. Department of Pharmaceutical Science. 7. Blood Bank Technology Department. In this way, the future will produce professionals who not only respond to the health challenge, but are also innovative in preparing solutions for the next generation. And thus will strengthen the capacity of Timor-Leste health force to answer a healthy, just, sustainable life for all.
Terapeutik merupakan sebuah startup kesehatan yang berfokus pada tumbuh kembang anak dan remaja di Indonesia. Kami hadir untuk membawa perubahan positif melalui layanan terapi yang terjangkau, inovatif, dan berbasis nilai lokal. Kami percaya bahwa setiap anak memiliki potensi unik yang layak untuk didukung dan dikembangkan. Terapeutik berdedikasi untuk menyediakan layanan terapi yang berkualitas tinggi. Kami memiliki layanan terapi okupasi, terapi wicara, fisioterapi, hingga terapi perilaku, yang semuanya dirancang dengan pendekatan berbasis bukti. Dukungan dari tim terapis profesional, kami memastikan setiap anak mendapatkan perhatian terbaik untuk perkembangan motorik, kognitif, sosial, dan emosional mereka. Komitmen kami tak berhenti di situ. Terapeutik melibatkan keluarga, sekolah, dan komunitas dalam setiap proses terapi. Karena kolaborasi adalah kunci untuk perkembangan anak yang optimal.
In these eyes, I see the future. One that is shaped by the knowledge I gain, the discoveries I make, and the service I give. At Universitas Indonesia, my vision is guided by the Tridharma: to learn, to innovate, and to serve. I step through these gates not just as a student, but as a seeker of wisdom, of truth, of a place where my ideas can grow. In every lecture, every debate, I find more than just answers. I find questions that push me to think deeper, to learn more. Education here is not just about what I know, but about who I am becoming. In the quiet hum of the lab, I discovered the power of curiosity. Through research, I dive into the unknown, seeking solutions that can change the world. At Universitas Indonesia, my pursuit of knowledge is endless, and my discoveries boundless. Beyond the walls of the university, I reach out into the heart of communities, where my hands bring change and my heart connects. Here, service is not an obligation, but a calling. And through it, I learn the true meaning of impact. In this journey, I find that education, research, and service are not separate paths, but intertwined, each one strengthening the other. I rise through these pillars, becoming more than I ever thought possible. At Universitas Indonesia, I rise not just for myself, but for the world. My journey has just begun, and the impact I seek is already taking shape. Will you rise with me?
Peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah modal utama kemajuan dan keunggulan bangsa. Kesehatan masyarakat, salah satu indikator ketangguhan dan kesejahteraan bangsa. Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat Universitas Indonesia atau FKM UI adalah yang tertua dan terdepan dalam pendidikan kesehatan masyarakat.
The Faculty of Public Health Universitas Indonesia is proud to be able to host this webinar.
Tridharma melalui riset pendidikan dan pengabdian masyarakat yang holistik, kolaboratif, dan berkelanjutan.
Alat postur sense untuk mendeteksi postur kerja ini merupakan kerjasama antara Postur AI Korea Selatan dan DISTP UI. Teknologi ini terus kami kembangkan agar dapat diproduksi massal supaya masyarakat dapat mengantisipasi sakit punggung dan leher karena penggunaan gawai dan laptop.
Maju bersama FKM UI yang luhur dan unggul. Integritas akademik berasaskan 9 nilai Universitas Indonesia. Sejak 1965, FKM UI terus bertransformasi membentuk insan kesehatan masyarakat Indonesia. Pendidikan berkelanjutan melalui program studi di semua strata. Sarjana, magister, dan doktor. Riset dan pengabdian masyarakat yang terus dikembangkan sesuai kebutuhan dan perkembangan zaman. Visi FKM UI adalah menjadi pusat rujukan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi kesehatan masyarakat di tingkat nasional dan internasional. FKM UI berkomitmen untuk menyediakan pendidikan inklusif untuk semua anak bangsa, mengembangkan partisipasi dan pemberdayaan masyarakat dalam menyelesaikan masalah kesehatan, memperkuat kemitraan dan advokasi dengan pemerintah dalam menyusun dan menerapkan kebijakan dan program kesehatan, serta meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi manajemen kegiatan akademik. Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat Universitas Indonesia memiliki 7 departemen dan 2 kelompok studi sebagai wadah pengembangan ilmu dan kepakaran. 4 program studi sarjana, sarjana kesehatan masyarakat, sarjana gizi, sarjana kesehatan lingkungan, dan sarjana keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja. 4 program studi magister, magister ilmu kesehatan masyarakat, magister epidemiologi, magister kajian administrasi rumah sakit, dan magister keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja. 2 program studi doktor, doktor ilmu kesehatan masyarakat, dan doktor epidemiologi. Seluruh program studi terakreditasi unggul secara nasional. 3 program studi terakreditasi internasional oleh The Accreditation Agency in Health and Social Sciences atau AHPGS. 12 klaster riset. Dua pusat keunggulan. Dan 10 jurnal ilmiah telah menyuguhkan hasil-hasil riset yang unggul dan berdampak nasional dan internasional, serta penguatan internasionalisasi program studi magister, akselerasi pendidikan internasional melalui pertukaran dan mobilisasi mahasiswa dan dosen, seperti ISMA, UI Create, Public Health Study Tour, dan lain-lain.
Halo, saya Sarah dari Kesehatan Masyarakat 2021 Peminatan Epidemiologi. Saat ini, saya sedang melakukan pertukaran pelajar melalui program ISMA di the University of Manchester, Inggris.
Grateful for the opportunity to be part of the dynamic academic community and also to gain knowledge which I can take back to make a difference to my country. So, thank you, Universitas of Indonesia.
Bekerja sama dengan universitas global ternama. Membangun budaya mutu dan integritas birokrasi yang bersih dan melayani di lingkungan kampus. Fasilitas penunjang belajar mengajar yang lengkap, modern, dan ramah kelompok rentan, serta layanan konsultasi kesehatan yang mumpuni. Berpartisipasi aktif dalam pembangunan kesehatan global berkelanjutan. Bersama FKM UI, mewujudkan dunia yang sehat dan berkelanjutan.
For many years, Universitas Indonesia has been recognized as a world-leading and globally respected research university. Universitas Indonesia continues to pursue the highest achievements in terms of innovation, development, and novelty in science. Universitas Indonesia has 3 study clusters with 14 faculties, 2 postgraduate programs, and a vocational education program. During the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 to early 2022, Universitas Indonesia has established a health-promoting university program that enables student involvement in controlling and promoting health to their cohorts. Universitas Indonesia has succeeded in becoming the best campus in Indonesia and keeps pushing itself constantly to be in the high rankings of world universities. In addition, Universitas Indonesia has conducted research collaborations with many institutions, foreign partners, and universities. In 2021, more than 2,000 Universitas Indonesia students participated in student exchange programs abroad, as well as more than 1,000 inbound students studying at Universitas Indonesia. Not only students, but lecturers also go on inbound and outbound teaching visits. More than 800 lecturers teach at other campuses abroad.
Universitas Indonesia actively collaborates with many world-renowned universities and several education and research associations,
as well as collaborations with faculty networks.
To get higher chance for you to win the competitions, you must develop your own personal capabilities beyond your academic qualifications.
Being a UI graduate brings a lot of opportunities for me since I was shaped by great lecturers, friends, seniors, and organizational experiences, both academically and socially, which I'm really thankful for.
Green Metric, one of Universitas Indonesia's innovations that has been widely recognized internationally as the world's first university ranking based on a high commitment to manage the campus environment.
Universitas Indonesia needs to build constructive interactions between departments based on the principles of togetherness, transparency, accountability, responsibility, independence, and fairness. The essence of the university's social responsibility is how we address through teaching, research, and public affairs participation so that we can become a place of hope for future development. In addition, how does Universitas Indonesia makes a real contribution to the government through in-depth analysis related to strategic issues and national policies.
Innovation and entrepreneurship are important components of Universitas Indonesia's intellectual ecosystem.
In our engineering labs, we not only conduct research, we also innovate in areas including but not limited to medical instruments, scientifically advanced designs, and electric vehicles. The process begins when University of Indonesia academic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you had a refreshing break. As we settle back in, we would like to express our appreciation to all sponsors who support the proceedings of this event. To acknowledge their contribution, we will now present a short video from Mira Engineering and Universidad da Paz. Please direct your attention to the screen.
Timor-Leste is a small island nation located in Southeast Asia, known for its rich cultural heritage and beautiful landscape, but it has faced many challenges over the years, especially regarding its healthcare system. The nation also needs a new generation of skilled, innovative, and dedicated health leaders equipped to meet the complex challenges facing our healthcare system. This leader must possess not only advanced clinical expertise but also strong skill in management, policy development, and community engagement. Therefore, the existence of the Faculty of Public Health and Medical Science at Unpas wants to align with the vision of the University of Peace, with the aspiration to become the main center for study, learning, and scientific research, and seeks to become innovative hub embodies a world-class entrepreneurial spirit, making a significant impact on their country. The faculty with its mission is to contribute significantly to the development of national health by giving priority to preventive, curative, and rehabilitation care. This mission is accomplished through education, community engagement, research, and professional training. To achieve this, the faculty aims to 1. Bring change in the health sector. 2. Serves as a center for health science and technology. 3. Produce high-quality scientific research in community health, primary care, secondary care, and tertiary care. 4. Train innovative, creative, and competitive health professionals at the national, regional, and international level. 5. Prepare health leaders who have the capacity to manage policy and administration in the context of public health and medicine. The Faculty of Public Health and Medical Science is a center for education with a dedication to a healthier Timor-Leste. With a scientific foundation and dedication to the community, the Faculty of Public Health and Medical Science at Unpas will continue to train health leaders who have the capacity to improve the national health system. This faculty offers the following courses. 1. Department of Public Health with its concentration: Health Management and Policy Administration, Epidemiology, Biostatistics and Health Information System, and Reproductive Health. 2. Department of Nutrition Science. 3. Department of Environmental Health. 4. Department of Nursing Science. 5. Department of Midwifery Science. 6. Department of Pharmaceutical Science. 7. Blood Bank Technology Department. In this way, the future will produce professionals who not only respond today health challenges but are also innovative in preparing solutions for the next generation. Unpas will strengthen the capacity of Timor-Leste health force to ensure a healthy, just, sustainable life for all.
Thank you for your attention. Now let us proceed to panel session 2.
To lead this session, we are delighted to introduce our second moderator, Mr. Agra Muhammad Khaliwa, SKKK, MKKK, doctoral student of public health. Please welcome Mr. Agra to the stage.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agra Muhammad Khaliwa. Yeah, and I will serve you as the moderator for panel session 2. And we have 2 distinguished alumni that will present about awesome presentation for today. And each of them will present about hospital safety and global public health innovations in here. So I kindly remind you that during the panelist sessions, you're welcome to type any questions in the Zoom chat. And please let me know if you have any questions with this. Before each panelist comes forward, I will begin the session with the video. And after that, I will explain the CV briefly. Now we are honored to have our first speakers, a practitioner and who focus on the building safety and hospital safety and resilience in healthcare facilities. We have Dr. Melissa Ramadhani. Okay. Hello, Dr. Melissa. Good afternoon.
Halo.
Okay, clear ya.
Yes.
Sorry. I think we need to increase the volume. Hello, Dr. Melissa.
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
you.
Now allow me to read the CV of our first panelist for today. So Dr. Melissa Ramadhani, she is a practitioner specializing in hospital safety and building safety. And as you can see, she has an extensive experience in hospital risk management and the development of safe and resilient hospital systems. Her work spans in the operational safety, structural safety, emergency preparedness, and of course, healthcare facilities and the hospital safety. And currently, she is the Quality and Occupational Health and Safety Manager at Rumah Sakit Universitas Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Melissa Ramadhani. Dr. Melissa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon to all distinguished speakers and participants. I truly appreciate your presence and interest in this topic. It is a great honor for me to here today at the International Seminar, Faculty of Public Health Universitas Indonesia. Thank you for the Excellence Committee for having me. Allow me to open this presentation with a pantun. Ke kampus UI lewat Depok Baru.
Cakep.
Macet sedikit sudah biasa.
Cakep.
Izinkan saya berbagi ilmu. Semoga bermanfaat bagi semua. Okay, my name is Dr. Melissa Ramadhani, alumni from the Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia. Today, I will share insights from our recent work on ICAFIT, an integrated model for fatigue risk management among hospital workers in Indonesia. Next slide. Before we begin, let me briefly walk you through the outline of today's presentation. First, I will start with the background, where I will describe the current situation regarding fatigue among hospital workers. Next, I will move to the research goal, outlining the main objectives of this research. After that, we will review the key findings from the literature review, and then the research flow. Next, result and discussion. Finally, I will conclude the presentation. With this overview, let us move to the first section with the background slide. First, let's look at population level data. Across several countries, fatigue is increasingly recognized as a widespread public health issue. Studies show prevalence rates ranging from 18.3% to 27% in the general population. More specifically, Norway reports around 22%, the UK about 18%, and the United States show even higher levels at 31.2%. These figures highlight the fatigue is not a local phenomenon, but a global concern with significant implications for health, safety, and productivity. When we see our focus to worker populations, the prevalence becomes even more striking. The prevalences of fatigue among workers is consistently higher than in the general populations, ranging from 7 to 45%, depending on job type, work environment, and organizational factors. This wide variation suggests that occupational demands play a substantial role in contributing to fatigue levels. Next, we examine fatigue prevalences across specific worker groups. Workers in demanding jobs report fatigue rates as high as 81%. Those working in shift work system experience around 15%, and female workers who often shoulder dual occupational and domestic responsibilities report about 35%. These numbers reflect how job characteristics and demographic factors interact to influence fatigue risk. These findings directly connect us to the hospital environment. Hospital workers represent a group with particularly high exposure to fatigue-inducing conditions. They face high job demands, continuous patient care responsibilities, and often unpredictable workflow. Many are engaged in shift work systems, including night shift and rotating schedule, which disrupt circadian rhythms and recovery time. Furthermore, in many settings, including Indonesia, the majority of hospital workers are women, making them more vulnerable to cumulative fatigue due to overlapping professional and family roles. Slide. On this slide, I would like to highlight key evidence showing how fatigue significantly affects hospital workers and ultimately patient safety and healthcare performance. First, fatigue is strongly linked to absenteeism. A study conducted in 300 hospitals in France found that 9.5% of absenteeism was directly attributed of fatigue. This represents a substantial productivity loss in healthcare settings. Second, fatigue increases the risk of needle stick injuries or NSI. Research from the United States and Canada shows that fatigued healthcare workers are more prone to errors and occupational injuries, including NSI. Third, according to a Ministry of Health survey in Indonesia, fatigue was reported as the second most common symptom among staff in 3 vertical hospitals in Jakarta, affecting nearly 50% of workers. Fourth, fatigue is also a major driver of burnout. In 2020, during the pandemic, 82% of healthcare workers' burnout cases reported fatigue as their dominant symptom. Fifth, fatigue has been identified as a contributing factor in fatality cases among healthcare workers, particularly during COVID-19. This underscores its seriousness as an occupational health threat. Finally, our initial survey at Universitas Indonesia Hospital showed that 70% nurses experience fatigue, with the highest level of physical fatigue found in the operating room unit. Collectively, this data emphasized the urgent need for a structured and evidence-based fatigue risk management system in hospital. Next. I will briefly summarize this multi-level impact of fatigue on individuals, organizations, and broader community. Biologically, fatigue leads to increased drowsiness, health problems, and reduced reaction time and coordination at the personal level. For organization, this results in higher sick leave, more accidents, absenteeism, and even increased mortality. At the community level, this contributes to greater use of healthcare services. Psychologically, fatigue elevates stress while lowering motivation, alertness, mood, etc. Within organization, these effects translate into reduced morale and impaired communication. Communities may experience reduced flexibility and weaken safety and security. Socially, fatigue can trigger social isolation, interpersonal conflicts, and communication problem for individuals. Organization then face higher level of staff isolation, which may require counseling. Physically, fatigue increases travel-related accidents for individuals and safety risks within organizations, while communities face elevated exposure to safety hazard. Next slide. I compose research objectives based on research problem and question. The general objective is to develop a comprehensive and applicable fatigue risk management system model for hospital. This is the further detail into several specific objectives, including identifying the core elements, developing indicator for each element, constructing the validating the overall FRMS, and creating a valid and reliable assessment instrument. The study also provides several key benefits: axiological, offering an evidence-based foundation for developing new fatigue-related policies; methodological, providing more valid and reliable tools for fatigue assessment; theoretically, contributing to the development of an applicable fatigue risk management system theory for healthcare settings. Overall, these objectives and benefits ensure that the model we propose is both scientifically sound and practically useful for improving worker well-being and patient safety. Slide. I present the theoretical foundation that explains how fatigue emerged within the occupational health framework. The figure on the left is illustrated occupational health theory from Guidotti, which highlights how occupational health is influenced by multiple interconnected domains such as public health, economic development, employment opportunities, community health, etc. These broader determinants show that worker health is shaped not only by workplace condition but also societal and structural factors. On the right side, we focus specifically on fatigue risk factors adapted from fatigue risk management literature in the aviation sector, and then adapted in heavy industry. Fatigue arises from two major categories: work-related factors, including job type and workload, work duration, work demands, and organizational factors. In personal factors such as sleep quality and circadian rhythm, biological health status, family and social life, economic and commuting distance. Both categories interact and cumulatively contribute to risk of fatigue. This theoretical framework helps us understand why fatigue is not just an individual issue, but a systemic challenge that requires a structured fatigue risk management system in hospital settings. Slide. Fatigue risk management system is defined as data-driven, systematic mechanism that enables organization to identify and reduce both acute and chronic causes of worker fatigue. It emphasizes a holistic approach, starting from identifying potential fatigue-related hazard, assessing associated risks, and implementing targeted mitigation strategies. This cycle highlights that fatigue management is not a one-time intervention, but continuous improvement process driven by real-time data and ongoing evaluation. Slide. In this study, we applied a mixed method design, specifically an exploratory sequential design. This approach begin with qualitative data collection and analysis, which serves as the foundational step to explore the phenomenon in depth. The insights generated from the qualitative phase are then used to build and develop instruments for the next stage, namely the quantitative data collection and analysis. This allows us to test, validate, and further quantify the pattern identified earlier. Finally, findings from both strands are integrated during the interpretation phase. Slide. There are 4 stages of our research process. Stage 1, input analysis with discovery, empathy, and divine step. We begin in exploring fatigue risk factors and the current fatigue management practices in hospitals. This included document review, field observation, in-depth interview, FGD with regulators, educators, practitioners, and professional organizations. This stage produced a list of fatigue risk factors, existing regulation, current practices, and key challenges. Stage 2, process analysis with idea and prototype step. Next, we work with an expert panel to develop a measurement model using a concept development approach through listing, grouping, labeling, regrouping, and synthesizing. We then conducted instrument testing in hospital, included validity tests, reliability tests, and iterative pilot testing. This stage generated the components and assessment elements for the fatigue risk management instrument. Stage 3, output analysis, test, and implement step. A quantitative study was carried out to confirm the validity and reliability of the final instrument. The expected outcome was fully validated and reliable measurement tool. And stage 4, evaluation and formulation. Finally, we synthesize all the finding formula to hospital fatigue risk management system. Slide. Yeah, the development of the fatigue risk management system model is carried out through stages using a design thinking approach from empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. Next. Yeah. In discovery and empathize step, based on the systematic literature review result, 7 high risk factors causing fatigue among hospital workers in Indonesia were identified from age, workload, gender, work shift, work period, years of service, and marriage status. Next. In divine step, based on the analysis of the focus group discussion findings, 3 key roles of health stakeholders were identified: the regulator, the management, and the workers as the primary actors. Next. Yeah. This slide presents the key findings from our focus group discussion, which were used to develop fatigue risk management system model for hospital. On the left side, we identify essential components of the FRMS model. These include fatigue monitoring, work environmental monitoring, workload-based shift regulation, management commitment, employee health checks, and etc. Together, these components form the operational structure of the proposed FRMS. On the right side, we make the need, pains, and expected gains from the perspective of hospital management. Managers expected improved productivity, higher job satisfaction, consistent service quality, and better worker health. However, they also face challenges such as difficulty monitoring worker health, higher level of fatigue and burnout. By aligning these needs and challenges with the FRMS model components, the visual canvas show how the system can support hospital in maintaining compliance, preventing incidents, and ensuring safe, high-quality care. Next. Slide. These are ICHAFIT model. Please back. Yes. These are the ICHAFIT model, which is a prototype framework for implementing a fatigue risk management system in hospital. ICHAFIT is an abbreviation from my name. No, just kidding. Abbreviation of integration, collaboration, healthcare adaptability of fatigue interventions and tracking. The model begins with 4 key input: fatigue-related regulations, human resources, financial resources, and hospital facilities. These inputs support the process components, which are divided into 4 major clusters: the plan, do, check, and act. The model leads to a clear output, structure implementation of a fatigue risk management system in hospital, and ultimately contributes to improve work productivity, higher patient satisfaction, and enhance hospital reputation. Next. The instrument development process was carried out through an expert panel using the consensus decision-making group or CDMG approach. The panel consisted of 7 experts from diverse backgrounds, including academics, practitioners, representative of relevant organization. The result, 5 elements and 24 indicators for the instrument. Next. The pilot testing was conducted in 2 teaching hospitals through interviews and field observation. Next. In testing step, the pilot tested ICHAFIT model instrument developed in this study is valid and reliable based on the table and can be used to conduct pilot testing as well as to assess the implementation of fatigue risk management in hospital. The outer loading is more than 0.65 and the alpha Cronbach is more than 0.6. That's valid. Next. Based on the table, it can be seen that none of the variables exhibit multicollinearity. Next. An indicator meets the indicator reliability requirements. It has indicator reliability value of more than 0.7. Based on the result, it can be seen that nearly all indicators meet the indicator's reliability criteria. We use sample as the tools to analyze this data. Next. And this is the measurement model analysis, and this is durability, and also the valid of convergent validity. Next. Yeah. The implementation of risk management in 68 hospital in Indonesia is generally still carried out our partially and has not yet formed a comprehensive system. The implementation categories are as follows: low implementation in average 67%, moderate 30%, and good implementation only 13%. Next. Yeah, we also develop a guideline to implement the model ICAFIT in hospital, and also got the copyright license. Next. Of course, our research not perfect. There are several limitations. Online data collection, for the example, can result a suboptimal result. Our anticipation provide instruction on how to complete the survey and follow up via social media messages or calls. And limited data sources can result bias sample anticipation. Use webinar participation data that meets inclusion criteria, specifically participants concerned with occupational health, particularly fatigue management. Next. The conclusion, 5 elements were identified to develop the fatigue risk management system model. A total of 24 indicators were derived from the 5 elements based on the result of FGDs, literature review, unstructured interviews, and field observation. A fatigue risk management system model was developed named ICAFIT. And ICAFIT assessment instrument developed in the study is valid and reliable. The study produce a policy brief that can be used as a basis of developing policy. Next. These are our recommendation based on our research for Ministry of Health, hospital management, professional organization, hospital accreditation bodies, and also BPJS Kesehatan. Next. This our references. Next. Yeah, as we come to the end of this presentation, I invite us to reflect on our journey using the metaphor of climbing a mountain. Implementing an occupational health and safety system in hospital is not a single step. It is a steady ascent. The path may be steep, the air may be thin, and the obstacles may test our strength. But just like every mountaineer knows, the view from the summit makes every effort worthwhile. In public health, our summit is a safer workplace, a healthier workforce, and high-quality patient care. Every improvement we make, no matter how small, is like planting a firm foothold on the trail upward. And always remember, the best view comes after the hardest climb. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Melissa, for the clear and insightful presentations. Yeah, I think there are a lot that want to have a questions, but be patient, yeah, everybody. Let's get moving to the next speakers, yeah. So our next speakers is the public health physician and WHO consultant that focus on digital innovation and AI for disease preventions, Dr. Aksa Azarinur, MPH. Okay, allow me to read the CV of our second panelist. So Dr. Aksa Azarinur, MPH, he is a public health physician and Doctor of Public Health student at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. He also serves as a consultant for the WHO Global Diabetes Compact at WHO headquarters. He bridged global policy, digital innovation, and practical implementation in low resource settings. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Aksa Azarinur with his presentation titled AI Development Model for Screening Type 2 Diabetes Mellitus Risks. Dr. Aksa, please go ahead.
Excellent. Wonderful introductions. Can anyone hear my voice okay?
Loud and clear, Doctor.
Great, great. Amazing presentations from my colleague, Mbak Icha, and then very happy, very honored to be with you. I was actually planning to be there, but eventually the plan is not going so smooth, so I'm still stuck in Geneva, and so it's morning here. But allow me to just quickly share the presentations. And I didn't know that this will be in English, so the presentations will be in Bahasa, but I'll speak in English if that's okay to everybody. Great. Can you all see the slides? Do you see the slides? Sorry, just to confirm. Okay, great. I see thumbs up, so great. So yeah, thank you. My focus for this research and presentations is, as what the moderator has just mentioned, on machine learning models for developing the risks for to screen the type 2 diabetes in Indonesian populations. And I'm aware that this event is attended by so many students and colleagues, not only from Indonesia, but also from Timor-Leste and some other countries probably. So I'm very happy to present this, our work on this. This is the context of our research. We know that type 2 diabetes is increasing globally. In 2022, we had about 800 million people with type 2 diabetes globally. And not only at the global level, but also in Indonesia, we see an increased number of people with type 2 diabetes. So if you see on your screen, there are three main challenges that we have here. So essentially, in any kind of research, especially in this doctoral research, we kind of like see what the context of problem is, how big the problem, and how and what is the main questions that we would like to ask to address the problem. So we see an increased number of prevalence as shown on your slides at the above. And then we, unfortunately, even if we see increasing burden of diabetes, the number of those detected or diagnosed with type 2 diabetes is very low. So as you see in 2023, based on our National Health Survey, it's only 28.8% of people with type 2 diabetes diagnosed. So there are about 70% of people are unaware they have diabetes. Sorry, I think my slide is automatically moving. So I'm just going back. And this will be the focus of this research. Unfortunately, we have various challenges in terms of detecting people with diabetes. You see on your screen, there has been several programs, national programs implemented in Indonesia. We have a self-assessment by under the National Health Insurance Coverage. So BPJS conducted this through the primary healthcare systems to find people at high risk for type 2 diabetes. We also have a screening conducted at the primary healthcare by the government through the Puskesmas or the community primary healthcare centers, which has about 42 million coverage by the end of 2022. Sorry. And I think the question is, if we have a lot of people with type 2 diabetes and say we have 280 million people with populations and a very low detected people with type 2 diabetes, how do we increase those numbers? How do we improve our efforts in terms of finding those who are at high risk for diabetes? And what comes to my mind when we try to think about the problems and the context of the solutions, we see that there has been an ongoing program in Indonesia. Especially, you have this free health check program where you can apply and register first through your phone, and then you will be invited whether or not to come to the primary healthcare. So that's the existing program that we want to leverage within the current system. And so our main questions on this research: are we able to improve the current system by embedding a machine learning model into the digital platform so people can easily be identified who are at high risk for type 2 diabetes or not? And this will eventually reduce the burden for the health system. So not everybody need to be, checked for blood glucose test. You don't need to encourage everyone to come, whether they have high risk or low risk. So by doing this, we created an AI and automatic program to ensure that only those high risk people be invited to the primary healthcare and then be tested eventually. And this is our a lot of systematic review has tried to see this problem and to consolidate all the existing evidence based on this, and we see that within the primary healthcare program of to manage type 2 diabetes, there has been many research ongoing in other countries, and what about Indonesia, right? What about in our context of population? What about the social demographics profile that may eventually affect their risk for developing type 2 diabetes? So I think bringing those perspectives, bringing what has happened in other countries, and then conduct the research within our country. I think that's what we would like to try to do within this research. And we did a literature review to see whether this is possible or not, and what are the risks that potentially be used in our data. So we published this research. And this is our conceptual framework of how we develop this model. We understand that there are a lot of risk factors for developing type 2 diabetes, from demography, clinical factors, lifestyle factors. So where those data are right now, can we extract those data and develop the machine learning model to then identify which one is high risk or low risk for type 2 diabetes. So this research is conducted in 3 phases. So phase 1 is to develop the model and to internally validate the model. We use the data from the cohort, the NCD cohort of Indonesia. It has 5,000 data in it. We also use ASIC. It's a routine primary healthcare program. Collected from the primary healthcare. So we use data from 2016, 2022. It's about 8 million data, and see what are the risk factors, and then try to analyze which one has a high probability to develop type 2 diabetes. Phase 2 of this research is to external validations of the model. So in any research, especially in diagnostic study, after you do internal validations and you want to generalize the model, you need to do an external validations, either using a different data set, using a different time frame, using a different population. So what we did, we use a different time frame. So we run the model through the ASIC data, but we use 2023 data. It's about 24 million data. And we see how the performance of the model, the AUC, sensitivity, specificity, PPV, and NPV. And finally, I think what's also important is we want to see whether this can be used at the primary healthcare. So we develop a platform, a web-based platform, and see the feasibility of how people can use this model at the primary healthcare. I'm not going to details on the data and how the data flow from internal validation to external validation, but very happy to answer any questions during the discussion. So I'll just go forward to see what is the main message of this research. So here, during the results from our phase 1, we see there are a lot of risk factors that predict people with type 2 diabetes. From the NCD cohort by the Minister of Health, we have the age, body mass index, lipid profile, and blood pressure. All of those increase the risk for type 2 diabetes. And from the ASIC data, age again, and then lifestyle, diet. So after understanding what are the high risks, we run that to the several machine learning algorithm. In the NCD cohort, I think from about 5 algorithm, CatBoost stood out the most compared to the others, with AUC about 0.77, so not too bad for model development. And from ASIC data, it appears that the light GBM model perform better with AUC 0.92 compared to the other algorithm. Now the question is, if these are the performance from all of the variables from the data, and we do not want people to ask 20 different questions when a person come to the primary healthcare and then ask 20 and then decide whether they have high risk or low risk. So what we do next is to stratify, right? Which variable has the higher chance to develop type 2 diabetes or not. So this is, we call the feature selection. So we rank all of those features together, and then we see which one has the highest effect compared to the others. Now, from the NCD cohort data, you see here the triglyceride, systolic blood pressure, lifestyle, and the others. Those are the risks with the highest chance to develop type 2 diabetes in the NCD cohort data. And in the ASIC data, it's the lifestyle, age, vegetables consumptions, and systolic blood pressure. And if we just use these 4 to 5 variables, I think we can maintain a high performance, a high diagnostic accuracy performance for this predictive model. So we do not have to ask 20 questions to people. We just ask 4 to 5 questions. We still have a relatively good performance of accuracy. That's the result of our phase 1. So our phase 2 study just mimic the similar approach of the phase 1, basically, as trying to see from a different time frame of data which risk factors will develop type 2 diabetes or not. And then here, I think the risk factor more or less is the same, and we see the performance is also like relatively good. So using the same kind of like machine learning algorithm, we had an AUC of about 0.9 in terms of like predicting the risk of person with type 2 diabetes. So what those graphics means, essentially, it means that from our internal validations, and then we did external validations, the AUC, it seems like not so much different. So from the ASIC data, we can maintain AUC about 0.9 with sensitivity around 0.7% to 70% to 80%, with of course specificity about 88% to 80%. So there's not much deviations, or sometimes people when they do external validations, the accuracy might drop significantly because different populations, different time frame, etc. But from the research that we've done, those numbers are not that drop significantly. Now, during our third phase, most of the professors often ask like, okay, you have a good model, then how how it will help primary healthcare workers, or how it will help people to use the model. So we developed this based on web-based aid. And then, I don't know, these are on the right screen, those are the QR code. Probably it still works. So if you can scan it, it will direct you, maybe wait a little while, and then it will direct you to a link, and then there will be several questions, I think 4 or 5 questions that you will need to fill, and then your risk for type 2 diabetes will come out. So how we do that, after we develop the web-based machine learning predictions, we tested it in 2 primary healthcare. We did a diagnostic study using 100 samples. So we collect their people's HbA1c and see whether our model eventually relevant with their HbA1c results. And we also do feasibility study. We ask the workers at the primary healthcare whether they want to use it or not. And this is the performance of our diagnostic study from 100 samples. And we see that the model can identify about 80% of individuals with high risk for developing type 2 diabetes. So HbA1c above 5.7%. However, this model also detects some people with lower HbA1c, which means that the specificity is a bit low of this model. And I think because we loosen up the sensitivity, so it captures too many people. But I think that's fine because we felt that it may be better for us to detect more people and not losing them. And in terms of like feasibility, how do we do that? We use a questionnaire called system usability scale. So this is a questionnaire sent to people after they see the applications, and there's are some feedback. Overall, they say like it's okay, it's not too bad. Like okay, we can use it at the primary healthcare. However, there's just some suggestions that this model can eventually be used by not only the primary healthcares but also for for other people, because the language is not too difficult for people to understand it. So just disseminate this model to people so they can know their own risk. They don't have to come to the primary healthcare in terms of like filling out the model. And I think this is the interpretations. So from our phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 results, our main conclusion is one, I think we think that the model works. It has relatively good performance with AUC 0.9. And the model successfully prioritized about four or five variables in terms of like developing the risk of type 2 diabetes. So primary healthcare workers or people do not have to fill 20 different variables or questions or answer 20 different questions. They only need to give their the value of their age, blood pressure, history of vegetable consumption, their physical activity, and then history of type 2 diabetes within their family. So using those 5 variables, we can understand the risk for type 2 diabetes. And our feasibility study shows that people can use it. So primary healthcare workers can use the model, and they also suggest that this can be used broadly by the public. These are some limitations of our study because we use secondary data from NCD cohort as well as from ASIC data. So there must be some missing data, difference of operational definitions, and some of biases that can be introduced from using of any secondary data. And our feasibility study was done only to 100 people from their HbA1c, and because this is a machine learning model, we can feed that 100 samples to the model and then see if we can improve the performance, the diagnostic performance, and then we can rerun the test, get more samples, feed it back to the machine learning, so we have a better estimate or a better predictive accuracy of the model. So I think that the last thing, how I think to answer the questions, how this model will be useful for people. I'll just stop my slides. When if this model be used by the government, they can really make the resources more efficient. So, for example, the free health check program aiming to test 280 people, screen them all for type 2 diabetes, for example. I think that will be too extensive of using resources. You need to, order 280 million strips and others. So by really using technology to identify who has the high risk for type 2 diabetes, you can selectively identify people you need to test, right? So that's one good thing for the government. The second thing, you can bring the prediction not necessarily need to be done at the primary healthcare, right? You can swift that to their home so people can use it by their own and interpret easily by their own, and if people need to confirm, they can easily come to the primary healthcare. So there is a benefit, and when they know their risk, when they know which variable can develop type 2 diabetes, then they can start to understand, oh, I need to control this factor, that factor. So there's an element of preventive within that. So if we can um, inform this to people, they can understand their risks, and then they can start making changes within themselves. And of course, I think for in research, so there's so many extensive research. If you search PubMed, AI, machine learning, there has been an increasing exponentially numbers of research in AI broadly, and of course in public health. So I think this is a good opportunity for us to also contribute in this field. I'll stop there and giving back to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Asa, for the comprehensive and forward-looking presentations. Very great. Your insight on the AI and health digital systems will become our next foundation for the hospital safety that Dr. Melissa already explained. And let's move to the Q&A questions. We have a very limited time, so I will only take one questions. Yeah. If anyone on site has a brief questions, please let me know. And for the online, I think the participant already used the Zoom chat for this. Let's see for the questions. I think I have one questions that came from our friends from Ethiopia, yeah, Shams, yeah. So our friends is asking Dr. Aksa to select the best model of machine algorithm. How many of the criteria fulfill in terms of AUC, sensitivity, specificity, PPV, and NPV? Yeah, I think that's the first question for Dr. Aksa. Please, Doc.
Yeah, thank you. Excellent, very great questions. One, I think first we need to understand like what the models are, right? So we use supervised machine learning because, and there's also like some other models, unsupervised machine learning. We use supervised because we have the data and it's very structured data, and you can just within the supervised learning model, there's several algorithms that you can choose when you use the coding to develop this. Now, I think in terms of like selecting which model can that perform better, it really back to the basic of a diagnostic study, right? If this is about the screening, of course, you would like to see which one has higher sensitivity over the other. If this is to really diagnose a people, then you would like to see a model which result in higher specificity. So that's our intention. We first we look at which one has the highest AUC. If there are about 2-3 models, more or less the same at the point of the AUC, then we look up which one has the highest sensitivity. So I think that's our way in terms of selecting which model we select. Hope that answered your question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aksa. I think we have one more questions for Dr. Aksa. Yeah. How can we design AI screening frameworks that balance predictive accuracy with clinical explainability? Integrate diverse population data to avoid algorithm inequity and support health system, particularly in low and middle income countries. Yeah, this one is from Reza Hashim Zakarian. Yeah, the questions to adopt the implementations, Doctor, please.
Excellent, thank you. Can we invite that person to explain verbally? I mean, I think it's nice to have them, right, to ask directly. Can you unmute yourself?
For Reza Hashim Zakarian, Shah, can you explain the questions directly to Dr. Aksa? Oh, I think the person is disappear, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I think it's fine. Yeah, okay, we can skip to the
Great.
other
Sorry. Can you say again the question?
That's a long questions actually. There's on
Yeah.
I think it will be better if the person can explain it directly, but it's fine. Yeah, I think we can move to the other. Yeah, yeah. We have the other questions from Yulia. Okay. From the profession, the government tends to simplify the applications to be one apps only. Can you elaborate what is your opinion according to this with your intention on making these apps? Are you collaborating with the governments on making these apps or not? That's it, Doctor.
Excellent. Excellent. And I think this is very critical for all of us, right? As a student who also like, understanding that we do not want to add more difficulty into the health system. So our intention was to develop the model, the algorithm, not necessarily to develop the apps. So there's kind of like two different things that we need to differentiate, right? So we collaborate within the people in the Ministry of Health, from the NCD division, and was with the Digital Transformation Office. If some of you may have heard about the unit, so we collaborate with them, and that's why I think it's really interesting because um, the way we try to create this is we also try to be aware of, you know, we do not we simply just to want to see if we can develop this model, and then we try to sell this idea to the stakeholders. So and we were a bit strategic in terms of doing this. So our personally my own examinations panel, what do you call it, like ujian proposal or something like that, ujian hasil, etc. So we invited the stakeholders from the Ministry of Health, the stakeholder from JKN, to see and to tell them that, oh, you have this data, I think you can use this model and you can eventually integrate this model into your own system. So we do not envision to develop a new app or any other web. The thing that you saw during the phase 3, it was just for feasibility, whether we can test it or not, because we do not want this to be launched by the government if we do not test it first, right? So that's the end. The end product is only the model. We really want the model to be used by the government or by any other stakeholders, not developing a new one. Great. I think, and I'll just quickly answer the question from Reza. I think in terms of like understanding which clinical factors may be useful to develop a model. And that's why during the earlier phase of this research project development, we did a systematic review to really understand which factors be useful in terms of clinically. And the data that we use to develop the model, we use Indonesians' own data, right? So there's an element to use our own local data to develop the model. And I think that's the really unique value of this research. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aksa. I think there's a room for further collaborations with the government also, yeah, Doc, yeah. Okay, next one. For Dr. Melissa, we have questions from our colleague from University of Bali International. So the first question is, what are the most effective fatigue control strategies that employers should realistically implement in high-risk industries like construction, manufacturing, or healthcare? So the effective fatigue control strategies, yeah. Please, Dr. Melissa.
Okay, interesting question from Ehelono Emmanuel, right?
Right, right.
Okay. There are several questions. Can fatigue affect the long-term chronic fatigue lead the permanent health issues? Yes, based on several research, chronic fatigue can lead to heart and cardiovascular problems, depression, anxiety, burnout, also chronic musculoskeletal disorders like back pain, neck pain, and shoulders, and sleep disorders and impaired immunity. And then, what are the most effective fatigue control strategy? Maybe you can conduct early warning signs like constant tiredness despite sleeping. You can control the early warning signs, mood changes and irritability, reduce focus or memory lapses, frequent headache or muscle pain, slower reaction, and also falling asleep unintentionally or micro sleep. And the last one, what are the most effective fatigue control in construction, manufacturing, or healthcare? We can limit overtime and night shift frequency with a regulation, and then ensure regular rest, breaks, or power napping during long shift, job rotation to reduce repetitive strain, provide mechanical lifting aids and ergonomic tools, train workers in safe work techniques and sleep hygiene, monitoring fatigue risk in critical tasks like operating machinery, patient handling, or also in construction or in manufacture. Conduct fatigue screening using application or smartwatch that can be monitored by by occupational health and safety officer, fatigue status before doing high-risk tasks. In level individual, make sure you maintain your body's health through regular exercise, maintaining your food intake, and ensure you get enough quality rest and sleep.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Melissa. We have one more questions from the people offline. Yeah, this one is from Pak Roy Nababan. Yeah, so we already see that from the model, we already see about the risk management and fatigue reporting in each of it model. Yeah, but how does the model address underreporting bias among healthcare workers? How do we prevent the bias, doctor? Please.
Maybe can be specific bias in what?
It's underreporting bias, yeah.
Underreporting about incident case, yeah.
Yeah, incident case. There's people reporting about I'm fatigued, I need to rest something. Yeah, how do we prevent that? Yeah, that's all.
In several institutions, they develop such as tools that can be monitored with a smartwatch that link with the sleep quality and also about the activity workload. It can be used to make sure the objective result from the reporting. And also we can use the manual one like form that including the factors or indicator about the fatigue and we combine it with the tools that has been affiliate and reliable in assessment the fatigue itself.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Melissa. I think that will answer several questions about how do we prevent the bias for this model. Okay, I think the questions can be answered via Zoom chat. Yeah, there's a lot because there's a lot. Yeah, and I think that's all for the Q&A questions. Thank you for the questions and thank you to our speakers and response. Remaining questions may be submitted through the Zoom chat. Yeah, if you want to have any further questions for Dr. Aksa and Dr. Melissa. We will now proceed with the online certificate handover for all contributors. To Dr. Melissa Ramadhani, thank you for your valuable contributions for today, your insights. For Dr. Aksa Azari Nur, thank you so much for your time, dedication, to this session. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Let's get moving to the next sessions. To conclude this session, we invite everyone to join a group photo. For the on-site, please stand by, yeah? Remain with the camera frame. For the online participant, please turn on your camera if you're comfortable. Give your best smile, okay? Are you ready? Turn on the camera. Okay. All right, 3, 2, 1, smile. Great, thank you. Next slide. 3, 2, 1. Have a big smile. Okay, that's all? Okay, thank you. This concludes the session panel 2, and thank you for our speakers and all participants for your engagement. We hope today's insights strengthen your understanding of hospital safety and all the AI innovation and public health system transformations. And thank you once again to all speakers and participants. I now hand the program back to our MC. Enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agra, and all our panelists for the excellent discussion in panel session 2. Before we conclude, we encourage you to stay connected and continue your learning journey with us through @Doctoral FKM UI, where you can find the latest updates on our admissions, insights from our top researchers, and exclusive coverage of our latest public health events. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the end of our seminar, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to our sponsors, MIR Engineering,
Universidad Da Paz,
Teraputik,
Pecel Madiun Anissa,
PT Suprabakti Mandiri,
PT Talenta Andalan Dinamika,
PT Certisave Nusantara Lestari,
PT Galenium,
PT Sepakat Jaya Pertama,
dan PT Kideko Jaya Agung.
and also to all our media partners at Anak Kesmas,
At HMP FKM UI,
at ISM KMI,
at UI.event,
at info.event,
at info.mahasiswa,
at event.pendidikan,
at Alumni FKM,
dan at Dinkes Kota Depok.
and that concludes the International Seminar of the Doctoral Program Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia.
Thank you to all our distinguished keynote speakers, panelists, moderators, sponsors, and to all of you, our valued participants, for your active involvement.
We apologize for any shortcoming during this event on the behalf of the entire committee. I am Najmi.
And I'm Kansa. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
In these eyes, I see the future. One that is shaped by the knowledge I gain, the discoveries I make, and the service I give. At Universitas Indonesia, my vision is guided by the Tridharma: to learn, to innovate, and to serve. I step through these gates